Alright everybody, how we doing? Good to see all of you. Hump day indeed, Pico. Hump day indeed. My sense of time and space and self is all distorted by this game. I live and breathe this game. I exist for this game until tomorrow when Godfall's new update drops, and I'll probably play that like as soon as I'm done with stream. But yeah, life is good. Life is good. I hope you all had a fantastic day or amount of time since I saw you last. Pupty, how you doing? CZ, Rune, LGD, Tender Madness, Jbridge, Jester, Reckless Monster, Pico, Leg of the Table, Dex, Urban Mech, Yoso, Stone Swan, how you doing? Flo, hope you're well. So, today, after I drink more coffee because I'm not quite working yet. Hey newbie, how are you? I have some gear pieces I want to farm for. So we're going to be doing Chaos Chamber runs, trying to target certain bunnies. But there's also some enchantments I kind of want to mess around with as I go. I happened to get, I was playing a tiny bit this morning. I happened to get, right before I went live, I was messing around with my Spellshot Graveborn that I'm trying to be creative on because that's a class combination that's kind of like very easy to succeed on, so I want to find something niche. I'm messing around with like weaker spells on that. It's going well so far, but not quite ready for showcase. But anyway, while I was doing a run on that, I managed to get a body rune with an enchant that I'd been looking out for to try on the melee build. So we're gonna try that. I don't expect it'll be great with the current weapon we have equipped, but I want to see if it feels fun. So other than that, there's a couple weapons that I want to test out. There's a lot of stuff I'm keeping an eye out for. I still want... Holy shit, cat, you good? I still want another sort of stat stick gun to hold instead of Livewire, because very frequently people are saying, you know, they're attributing the success of certain kinds of builds to certain things, and it's like, while those things help, it's not the only thing, you know? The same energy as people saying, hey, the build's only good because Buffmeister. In some cases, sure, it might be true, but like, people will see a liquid cooling and be like, yeah, it's Buffmeister doing that. I'm like, Same way, Banshee can do some crazy damage with Blast Chill, but people see Livewire and they're like, eh. So, working on broadening the portfolio, diversifying our mechanics a little bit, if you will, chat. Hey, Rohit, how are you? Mr. Adblock, good to see you. Homie Data, hope you're fantastic. So yeah, let's do the thing. Let's jump in and do more of the... Oh, hey Viper. 20 months. Time's crazy. Layden, please, how you doing? I'm gonna wait for text-to-speech to eventually catch up to that one, Viper.
Magic time!
Which, how is it behind now? Just started the stream. This shit's so weird, I gotta figure it out. But thank you. Thank you for the 20 months.
She's just a girl.
There it is.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
QUAAAAAAAAAAAAAAG lazy da happel shake 20 whole months goddamn. Love you quather keep on homieing homie you da best qua qua also tomorrow lazy da happel shake lazy da happel shake.
Yes, also tomorrow. Tomorrow, big Godfall update. It's gonna be crazy. Right after stream, Viper, I'm totally hopping in Discord and no-lifing that. But yeah, thank you so much for the 20 months continued support for the friendship. It's been real. I appreciate it. Hey, Solo Kingman, how are you? I got today times 18 Torque shotgun from a vendor. Wasn't chaotic, still a good find. Ooh, what mag size was it, Reckless Monster? Was it the mythical 2 mag? Because the 2 mag is that good. Another thing I'm keeping an eye out for. So when I said there's a few pieces of gear I'm looking for, I'm looking for a non-chaining, or I'll accept a chaining, basically a non-Hydra, crossbow barrel, lightning bolt, fear not, because I want to make a chucking build that doesn't do the companion stuff, like a non-companion Furior build. And I think I could do some stuff with that. Probably gonna have to get creative with what multi-class I use. I'm thinking, honestly, for that, it's looking like weird combinations. Like weird. Like, there's a chance it's Spore Warden Clawbringer, which sounds crazy, but hear me out. There's a chance. Also, of course, Spell Shot, because, boosting guns, having a ton of reload speed. Potentially Berserker, because good formula, having a ton of reload speed. It could really be a lot of different classes.
But seriously, you should dare.
I was also messing around a bit with Clawbringer. Do I know a... No, I do not know that person, Simple Rye, but welcome in. If Greatsword is classified as farming tools, they consider self-defense. Hey Foster, can you provide a noob with an explanation of what the pictures in the center of the portal gas chamber mean? Yeah, Rune hooked you up there with a graphic made by Felicia in the Discord. Is Godfall a game worth trying out? I thought it wasn't that well received. It had a rocky launch, but they did a lot of post-launch support, a year and a half of big updates, free updates, and a paid expansion, and game's pretty solid. Cool core gameplay. It was crazy to see how much you've grown. I remember first finding your channel during quarantine when you just started. Hey, it's been a wild ride, Homie Data. I appreciate you being here, and yeah, it's so weird to me as well. Hope you're doing well, Brucey. Hey, Kyler, how are you? It's also command, exclamation point icons. Thank you. I always forget my own commands. I was fucking Furious with Spore Claws, with amp, full battery, etc. Super fun. That sounds like a good time. Yeah, full battery on the one shot you have to fire to chuck could be entertaining. Okay, so the enchant is this one. When From the Shadows ends, create a Poison Nova dealing poison status effect damage equal to 200% of your equipped melee weapon status effect damage once per second for 10 seconds. That's a lot of words. Basically, you get 10 seconds of constant Novas based on your melee weapon's dot when your action skill's over. Banshee does not have a strong dot. So, I mean, I have this Twin Soul that's got a higher one. But, yeah. I think of the melee weapons I was looking at, Fish has the highest dot. I do have a volatile fish, but it's a non-elemental fish. So I don't know if it'll properly look at the dot value. So we'll have to test things, is basically the takeaway here. Why do I have a gun damage ring on? Oh, it has crit chance, crit damage. Dot fish slap time, yeah. Oh, my allergies are awful today, chat. Excuse me, 1 second. Where'd my tissues go? Bah. Suppose it's that time of year, huh? They just left me on the bed. No, they're behind my monitor. I have to strategically hide things so that my cats can't knock them over. Hey, that's a mood ring with gun damage. Take it. Hey, that's cool. The Novas pop the crystals for me. Convenient. Boy, do I relate to that. Any suggestions for a weird class to try to build Berserker, trying to make something different? Don't know what to look towards. Berserker is kind of a class that just combines well with everything. I've seen the fewest spell shot Berserkers, but like, that's weird to say, because spell shot and Berserker individually are pretty popular classes. What you could try if you really want to be weird, Rohith, is do a single class Berserker. Like, just don't do a second class. Just, like, don't take one. And just flex on people like that. Or you could take the second class just for the class feat and not put any points there. I feel like they'd be entertaining. Oh, I also don't remember if I went over this last stream, but I'm using 2 live wires on this build now. One with the typical action skill active elemental damage, you know. But this one, after getting a gun kill, gained 20% melee damage and 30% movement speed for 5 seconds. So the live wire chains from meleeing still count as gun damage. So if those get a kill, I get melee damage and move speed, which is very fun. So you melee to do gun damage to make your melee better. Hey Cheats, how you doing? Thoughts in this game are evil. Feels like we have anima on every character now. Yeah. When I make Spellblade my primary damage, need that armor for spell into melee though. It helps. Spellblade can work without it, but yeah, that'll definitely be a big upgrade. What buffs dot damage? So status effect damage is specifically for dot damage, Harley. You're also looking at all damage. Elemental damage of the relevant type will also do it.
I rise on the wings of valor. A vial of vitality if you need it.
So like, let's say you're trying to boost your fire dot, of course the fire damage, the general elemental damage will do it. Then your status effect damage. And any stat that says all damage. That blast shell taking all those out is so satisfying.
Empty. Heads up.
So speedy. The move speed is really nice when the enchants on our gun triggers. We've got all the move speed from having Cold Snap in the Berserker tree. We've got the move speed from Haste and Stabomancer tree, and then we've got the move speed from our weapon enchant. So we can go pretty fast, which is very important in a close range build. Also, there's a lot of boss mechanics you can just kind of avoid with movement speed. Bet Quag broke Snack's heart, of course. You know me. Hey Chester, how you doing? So I tried to see if the From the Shadows enchant for 2 seconds back would work with the amulet that refills the mag from reserves on melee. It didn't work. Sag.
Every single one of them.
Novas don't seem to do much, but they are applying dots. That's useful. It's fun, at least. If Buffmeister wasn't available to any other builds melting as fast, yes. This build doesn't use Buffmeister, and it's capable of speed-killing bosses with the appropriate setup. Lots and lots of builds don't use Buffmeister, Tom Hoons, and that's the funny thing. Because Buffmeister is viewed as this only way to do damage thing when it's not, it's stopping a lot of people from even entertaining the idea of experimenting. This is why I'm a huge proponent of toning down the Buffmeister significantly in a balance update, because it's stopping people from trying new things. It's not the only way to do damage, far from it. It's just a very easy way to do it that you can slap on a build without thought. I've seen speed kills with Torg sticky guns. I've seen one-shots with blast gas delivered by spells. I've seen one-shots with blast chill delivered by Dreadwind. I've seen melee build boss melts similar to the setup I'm running now. I've seen gun build boss melts where you just get a really high DPS gun and you pop your action skill and just either Reaper of Bones or From the Shadows, and you just shoot boss in the face. There's lots of ways to do lots of damage in this game, and you are not dependent on Buffmeister. Just get into endgame trying to find a dead shot up and running something fun. So something you could do with that combination of classes is you can build around the blast gasp skill that I mentioned. It's in the Graveborn tree. Basically what it is a chance when you crit with a spell to do a little explosion. And that might not sound like such a big deal, but yeah, Cat, what's up? But what this explosion does is it double dips a lot of your damage bonuses. And since you're a spell shot, the damage number that's going to go... Ooh, that's an extra charge collision cascade. The damage number that's going to go into the blast gasp is higher than other classes, because spell shot just has more spell damage. So then, you have the all damage bonuses from Graveborn in your gear and stuff, allowing you to, basically, you can turn a regular old spell, let's say you use one of those concentrated magic barrages, like 4,000 damage. Yeah, you can one-shot bosses with that, just like one-shot them. Blast Gasp is some of the highest damage you can do, and obviously, if you're running around with a spell in each hand for maximum counts of Blast Gasp triggers, you don't even have room for a Buffmeister, but you don't miss it. There's lots of ways to do lots of damage in this game. They give you the tools. So check that out. Thanks for the recommendation. You're very welcome. I believe Chadley99 put out a video on the concept, if you'd prefer a video aid.
Serpentine summons! Oh, magic up on a blade.
Hoping they tone down the damage of elemental barrels. Tired of getting one shot from them. Yeah, I agree with that, Aaron No Name. Barrels are very frustrating. Like, there's very little counterplay when you're using a build like this. Like, let's say I have my Novas going off, which are fun in gameplay, but if I happen to be walking anywhere near a barrel, and that happens, it's just like, oh, this isn't even combat that got me. It's just the game existing despite me. I get you for sure. Yo, Pico, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Yeah, and the bug Naleef outlined there regarding Mushroom Companion Heaven, that one is one of the reasons why I'm not playing much Graveborn Sport Warden right now. Because it's very hard to avoid that. You'd have to, like, do the dance of, you know, toggling your chaos rank after save quitting and stuff, and I just don't want to, I don't want to deal with that. Hey Megalodiba, how you doing? They've 1000% heard the barrel water feedback the devs know. Oh, of course they do. You know that I know that. But there's strength in ongoing conversations. There's certain topics that I would, my personal approach is to respectfully continue to hammer them home. See, water just got me there. Water and barrels, same boat. No counterplay to that. Just I just dipped a toe in the water and it wasn't an enemy that got me. It was the water. When they put the Sacred Circle objective right on one of the repeat exploding barrels, newbie, I still have the clip of this. There was a one of those barrels in a puddle of water, so the barrel would explode and cause a, you know, the elemental effect in the water, and then the barrel would respawn into that and do it again infinitely. Pretty entertaining. Hey Resolve, how you doing? What's the bug with Gravespore? Basically, each subsequent Chaos Chamber run you do will give you an additional Mushroom Companion up in the skybox. You can't access it, you can't use it, but it is there. Graveborn has a skill that increases your damage based on how many companions you have. So yeah, that happens. Why we wear rubber boots? Yeah, Kyromax, how you doing? Borderlands games always have one of those completely busted builds with release of their games, so more than one. But a lot of the times it's not a build, it is a bug. It is a bug being focused around, and I don't label those builds because it's not representative of what you can actually do, and it's not something that will stand the test of time. Because if they do a bug fix and your build no longer works, your build did not get nerfed, contrary to what some people will scream. They fixed a bug, and bug fixes are always good. Bug fixes are always good. Hey Moiki, drop off Meister after seeing how OP it is. Recently I've taken a liking to purple Sunder spells. Yeah, definitely like those. Sunder spells are really fun. It's a feature. Are there other major bugs at the moment besides Gravespore? There's another one on Graveborn with the Harvest skill, the bonus element for companions, just kind of not going away. There's one with Spell Shot and Buffmeister. I don't know of any other, like, beneficial ones like that at the moment. Wow, that skeleton fucking outplayed me. I am being outplayed by these enemies. It is painful. I saw some discourse on the White Rider there. So yeah, White Rider's one of those things that obviously I'm sure a lot of you have heard the single beam versus dual beam thing. But another thing to keep in mind with it is that due to the way it locks on, some enemies it can be difficult to organically apply like good damage. Like it'll lock onto a spot that isn't their crit spot, for example. So crit chance is actually a stat I highly recommend when using the White Rider. Just getting crit chance for your guns however you can. It'll improve the consistency a lot, because remember, it does not always let you hit the crit.
Now, bring me a challenge. Let the magic begin. Now this is a battle. I say.
And snatched by the one to mod BL2 again, already made 4 items today. I saw you made that red Hellion. Awesome. That's cool. Morning, Hazel. How you doing today? I will read the rest of that when I'm not being bad at having spatial awareness with a greatsword. The secret is to not tell them you don't have depth perception. Oh, we got an invisible Dragon Lord bug. That's always fun. There you are. I can still hit you. A weird thing about Mushroom Command should have died at L0 if they're alive and walking and attacking and could not die. Weird, funny, skull and crossbones by the name of no health. Yeah, I've seen that with both the Mushroom and the Lich. I've not seen that with the Wyvern yet that I can think of. But yeah, that is a thing. I don't know what precisely causes that. No! No! It's a bug. I thought it was a mechanic. Nah, it's a bug. I've seen it with Wyvern. There you go.
The council has not
Cliff! I want to say hi and now play Funny Tina's coping mechanism for the game. Wonderful, Sora. You enjoyed your copium. At least it starts us in this phase. I could maybe stop screwing around enchant-wise, but like, where's the fun in that? Exclamation point, Clifford the big red dog. True. True and real. Clifford is my life. I will die for him. Dragon Lord, I need you to stop doing that. I jumped. Toxic game.
Our battle is not yet over.
I guess the Nova there has like a shared hitbox with him.
I've located a healing vial.
So like if you're right on him, you just can't jump high enough. It's good to know. We gotta back up. Chat, what if we got more weapon types, like spears or something with even more reach? This could just be wishful thinking, because, this. Also, those Novas are hitting for 200 damage. Ugh. Wait, 230. What's my thought? How, That's not a lot of formula. The Novas look pretty, but they're really not doing anything. I think that's definitely going to be something I'm going to have to save for use with a fish.
On my behalf.
There we go. Excuse me, skeleton. It's rude. Fire Ancient Deity with Adaptive and Trigger Happy? Honestly, trying. But, lol, Fire Shield that isn't Body Rune. Decent passes on that. Brass Knuckles, super fast attack speed. Like, speed bagging the enemies. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Like, really short range. Just use the punching animation that exists. And then just, like, really fast attack speed. That'd be cool. I'd be down. Dual Blades with Interfolk. No. Stop it. No. Javelins one. Blaze of Glory. Meh. Okay, so in terms of what I'm looking for here. Skulldugger pistols with melee. See how high I can get on that. What else do I want? Volatile Banshees from that one. Better rolls on Joint Training from this one. And then I'm always on the lookout for spells, to be honest. A Hydra with, like, 3 charges or more. Probably get a 4-charge Hydra, honestly. If I got triple spell charge part. So, what should I roll first, chat? Better yet, all the Hades weapons? Yes. What should I roll first? We thought respawning barrels after each slaughter round was bad. Gearbox rolled us a Chaos Chamber respawning barrels. I guarantee they were laughing the entire time. Guaranteed. Oh, another thing about the White Rider that I should bring up, Alshin, is that if you get a high mag size one, the damage is pretty sad. You want the lower mag size one. You tried Glacial Cascade? I love Glacial Cascade. Yeah, it's one of the spells I've been shouting about from the rooftops. I just haven't used it in a couple streams. But yeah, Glacial Cascade's fantastic. You know, one special weapon for Cyberpunk, they might lose their rated T. Maybe. Maybe. Roll for the rarest one of those gears you want. It'd probably be the melee weapon then, because volatile Banshees, specifically volatile. I've been having so much fun with Claw Grave, been feeling like a Dragon Lord. That's cool. That's cool. Quite legendary spell bad. The damage is mine. This one, 180. Not really using it in this build. I don't know if that's like the same value as the one I actually shoot on my gun build. But yeah, that's what this one is. Ragnarok with Ancient. I already rolled with a decent enchant. I suppose I'll pick that up. Another Mage Staff. I want to make a Mage Staff build as well. It basically just shoots out Sunders when you swing with it, but the damage doesn't seem great, if I'm being honest. Wonder if you need spell damage for that, but then like Spellblade exists and is better. I gotta figure out Mage Staff. Sorry to bother you. Never a bother, Mustard. 2 questions quick. Are bonus element anoints in this game? No. And what legendary black powder rifles are there? I've yet to see one. There's the crossbolt generator. That's one. Is there a second one? I don't think there's a second one. The crossbolt generator is a black powder AR. Let me look at the parts on this. Okay, it's not showing me which one is which. Never mind. Procs Blast Gasp. Do you think it procs Blast Gasp, or did you test and confirm it procs Blast Gasp? Because, you know how these damage source conversion things go sometimes. Gotcha, thank you very much. My pleasure.
Think you can make it?
Hey, Homie Data, thank you so much. Hey, Shots, how are you?
Heyo, companion DMG bonuses aside from Universal? Also Spore/Grave TD /companion build, Ricochet Capstone or nah?
So, first of all, thank you for the support, Homie Data. I appreciate that. It wasn't necessary. You can always just, like, ping me and highlight and I'll see it. But I do appreciate it. Why is my phone vibrating so much? Holy shit. So, in terms of Ricochet Capstone, that's really only going to affect your guns. And in terms of bonuses for companions, there's the companion damage stat, there's companion crit chance, companion crit damage, and all damage. Those will all affect your companion output. So, prioritize those. Ricochet Capstone is going to give you some extra mobbing output with your gun while your companions are doing their things. If you're doing, what you said, Spore Grave, I'd personally go the Grave Capstone instead, because that'll be consistency on your kill skills without having to kill things. And a big thing with companion builds is ramp up time. So if you minimize that, it helps. Seems to be a bug where if I don't kill the barrel enemy in the mini-boss encounter, the encounter doesn't end. Huh, interesting. You done any pincushion testing yet? I've not yet. I'm curious to see what damage type the pincushion explosion is. If that explosion is melee, if it's gun damage, if it's something else entirely, like, we could maybe do some cool stuff with it. Because if the pincushion explosion is melee damage, then that means it can blast chill. Which, yes. If it's gun damage, that means it can Spore Fuse. Which, yes. If it's ability damage, that also means it can Spore Fuse. So, yes. You know. If it's none of the above, then just standard damage formula stuff. But still interesting to think about. Morning, BFG. How you doing? Lamborghini, how are you today? Rend and Rupture, absolutely. Yes, please. Doing Elite Room. I'm good getting my spell shot to Chaos 20, having a lot of fun spamming 2 spells. Glad you're enjoying. Say Spore Fuse? Yeah, there's a Spore Warden enchant that's basically Short Fuse. I mean, we started calling it Spore Fuse. Hey, thank you for the 10 bits, Love Spooge. I appreciate it. See, that barrel is terrifying me because I have Blast Chill, so, like, if Blast Chill had decided to go off and I was standing next to that barrel, that would have been my life over. Started Spore and Berserker, having a lot of fun. Hey, I'm glad. Favorite class combo? So far, it's Berserker Graveborn. But it's also worth mentioning that for like the last 3 streams, I've only played this build. with very short breaks. And this is a Statomancer Berserker. Berserker's my favorite class for sure. Like, that much is set in stone. But I just like combining Berserker with other classes. I don't really like the Mind Room. Is there a way to turn off online mode? Whenever I disconnect, I lose frames like crazy. I don't think there's a way. So the thing that's happening there, Exploding Snail, is that your game will constantly attempt to connect to shift, and whenever it fails to do so, you get a little bit of game stutter. I don't think there's a way to turn that off. Blast Chill, so good. We'll do more elite rooms. Why not? Why not? Spore Fuse Anoint the same as the class mod gives a chance. No, it doesn't quite work that way, Tech Genius. But I believe it's the same visuals, so it's the right vibe. I'll put the game to local only seems to fix stutters. Does it? Okay. Hopefully that's a workaround for you then. Thank you, Exem. It's caused my game to freeze quit. I'm trying to be patient. It's only 1 week since launch. Yeah, we've not had a patch yet. So let's wait. That's a volatile quick interruption. Let's wait and see what kind of stability and quality of life and bug fixes we get in the first patch, whenever that may be. Side objectives getting your rewards in the Chaos Chamber? Yes. You get an extra loot die to smash, or not loot die, an extra, crystal die to smash at the end of the room if you complete the bonus objective. So more crystals overall. See, I did the bonus, so there's 2 of these. If I had not done the bonus, there'd only be 1. So more crystals. Berserker has good damage and survival in 1 tree. Also, gunplay assistive stuff, like reload speed and swap speed, which is a very underrated thing. Berserker has that. Berserker has movement speed as well. And quality of life stuff, such as Relentless Rage. Berserker covers almost everything you'd want in a skill tree. The only thing Berserker doesn't really do, it's 2 things, ability damage and spell damage. That's it. But, like, you can always pick that up from another class, and Berserker also covers so many other areas of the formula that, like, you'll be alright. Oh, barrel. Barrel fog. Why barrels have a cloud still, I don't understand. Like, the concept of shoot barrel to blow up enemy nearby, yeah, that's classic FPS trope. Sure, that's fine. But does it have to be shoot barrel to cause uninhabitable wasteland part of map forever? I feel like that part might be a little extra.
Healing to be had.
Clawbringer. Enjoying a Clawbringer, Pico? Learning the MTD speedrun forced me to learn not only barrel placement but cloud radius. Yep, it is definitely something that becomes ingrained in your mind. Interestingly, in this game, we don't have radius increases, global radius increases. We have ways to increase our spell radius, but there's no, like, hey, bigger splash radius. It's not a thing we have access to in, for example, the abundant amounts we did in Borderlands 3. Like, you jumped down while I was trying to climb up? That's rude. Does From the Shadows really not benefit from ability damage? No, it doesn't. Fade Away didn't benefit from action skill damage. From the Shadows is no different in that regard. Because From the Shadows isn't doing damage. And ability damage is not a universal thing that benefits all action skills either. There's lots of action skills that don't scale with ability damage at all. Even damage dealing ones. A blank slate with all damage 40%. I'll take it. I'll take it. Do collecting all the dice make a difference on drops in Chaos Chamber from the bunnies? Yes, it affects all drops, everywhere, Bubba. Everywhere. Now, I can't be bothered to do it on most characters, but it does have an impact, for sure. I lost track of you, LeChance. Don't do that to me. Don't scare me like that. Thanks, LeChance. See, LeChance is a great friend. He shows up when he wants to make sure that you get your loot in a timely manner. LeFriend. Top 2, nice. 1017, melee build. Chaotic handbow. Yes. Bloodbag with double rolled handling. Double rolled handling on a chaotic is 52.8%. If you want to never have recoil again, there you go. Is area damage as broadly applied as it was in 3? If you look at most of the guns being used right now, most of them are not area damage. None of these are. This isn't. Look through the guns in my inventory. I don't think I have a single splash gun. So, yeah, they definitely stopped doing the, hey, let's slap splash on every good gun thing that they've been doing for a while. And that's nice to see. Hey, Alan Burr. Building the Clawborn character at the moment. Sounds fun. I was thinking more about spells. There's some splash spells, but honestly, I'm not finding myself using them a lot. Okay, it's another fish, but not elemental. We want a fish that rolls in an element. We're looking for an elemental fish. I mean, chaotic or volatile, hopefully. Oof. This melee bunny is not my friend. It just doesn't fucking like me. It really is not a fan of mine. Seems right and chance are needed. Yeah, do your thing, Rohit. At the end of the day, most class combinations are going to be a little specific in what kinds of gear they want. And I think that's a good thing. Hambo put a bunch of arrows on target. Dummy crits the target range, which I was excited about during testing. Ends up working different in battle. Yeah, it's very awkward to apply Hanbo's damage, which makes it... It's like a specific enemy weapon for me. Like, I'll use it against Vorkanar. I'll use it against Son of a Witch. It's really good against those. But if you were to try to use it against something like the Dragon Lord, it can be a little more difficult. Doable, but more difficult. Alright, so let's see. Which parts give the melee damage here? Are you gonna tell me? No? Okay, well it's got this blade, so it's giving melee damage. But... Fine, keep your secrets. The bunny shoot out so many legendaries, none of them were what I was looking for. Well, at least they were of the category that you were looking for. That's the big thing. Do an extended run. See if we get more this time. Extended run, all curses, all elite rooms. Let's do it. All that healing and I barely survived that dot. Ugh. I don't know if that was a barrel dot or my dot, but I lived.
Ready to cast. Laying low by the light. Hieratic conjuration.
Trust in magic on armored defense, yes please. Melee Bunny loves to give me spell blades and it doesn't. Melee Bunny loves to not give me anything. Hey, we got the Mimic Room. This is only the second time I've gotten this one. Elite Mimic Room, even.
Every single one of these is indispensable. I'm not lost, I just...
They just walk into the puddles and die more often than not. It's kind of funny. Ooh. New accessory. Gimme.
All that fight on the wrong side of that.
Ow.
I can dance again. The champion returns to the field.
This area is kind of performance intensive, I'm noticing.
I
Excuse me? Hey English, how you doing? Good to see you. Because Arsenal and follow-up are different. Yeah, there's several types of melee damage. The enchant I'm using on my Banshee is a fresh multiplier to my other two, which I'm acquiring through gear bonuses and savagery for one type, and then I have a follow-up for another type. So yes, 3 types of melee damage in this build.
Hydra's Ray!
Did we get boosted haste? Yeah, we have 6 out of 3 haste right now. That swing speed is crazy. This is why I want different rolls on this kind of armor. I want, like, this smart armor, but with 3 haste, because then we can have this swing speed naturally.
I can't do it! Magic time!
Recovering from allergies today, otherwise okay. You know what, my allergies are pretty rough today too, English. Right there with you. Glad to hear it's on the mend though. And these elite crabs, they're tanky.
I never learn.
Even elites just don't know what to do. Some bosses as well. If you're just standing there in from the shadows the right time. They're just like, oh, must be the wind. They turn on Skyrim AI. Hey Don, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate it. Hope you've been well. Hope things are good on your end. That was a lot of damage. Needed to crit a little bit, Hydra. Need my crit damage. There we go. Beautiful.
Have you ever seen such a skilled hero? Who knew heroism required so much
Spectral Vengeance would be like pre-crystals, but I'm melee, so English, thanks for gifting a sub to the community. I appreciate it. Going to Leg of the Table. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Leg of the Table. Enjoy the perks and stuff. Courtesy of English.
primordial serpent? Let the magic begin!
Man, quartermasters are no joke. Actually have to strafe them. Love to see it. Do you want me to follow you? No. No, thank you. So this enchant, this is different than normal melee damage, by the way. That's in the, like, its own multiplier category. Got the story done with my Glawbringer save yesterday. Gonna get whatever dice are easy to get, grind to 40, and start the Chaos Climb. Let's go. The progression through Chaos levels, definitely something that that I like in this game. Something Mayhem didn't do in BL3 was have that sense of progression without you forcing it on yourself. But it's just kind of a natural part of the game this time around, which I like. Worst raid boss according to me? I like them all, so I don't like to frame it like that, but in terms of the one I'm least enthusiastic about doing, I suppose it'd be green. Wow. This enemy really knocked me down and then teleported away. Honestly outplayed. I'll take the L there. I'll take the L. Hey David, how you doing? Peel, dude. Yeah? And they destroyed Butt Stallion statue while I was respawning. This is a coordinated enemy team, chat. They're doing callouts. I swear I heard one of those Cyclops tell another one to push mid. I swear. All elite Cyclops. I can't hit anyone. You, stop running. Holy shit. They just run away from me. I'm gonna die in this room because the enemies are running away. He's losing it. Already lost it. Just joined on this. Hey Goats, how you doing? Had my best day ever. How's yours? Mine's pretty okay. It's pretty okay. Trimmer bad. No, it's just the enemies are running away. Ooh, super badass Death Knight. Good. Good to see you, my friend. I needed you. Someone I can actually hit. See, that's how close we were to that encounter, but I couldn't hit the Cyclops. Is there an extra life thing on any of these? Can we buy a life back? No? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's everything's fine. Those? Alright, this is a rude run. It's just fucking with me at this point. We've got enemies running away from us. We've got these stealth bomber goblins. Oof. One. Ooh, maybe it's not fine. Stop teleporting away! There we go. Mr. Adblock, thanks for giving us up to days. I appreciate it. Suit refused to drop a single war paradigm for me. I get more from the Chaos Chamber. Yeah, as someone who's never liked dedicated farming, I'm just like, yeah, that sounds about right. No extra lives, huh? Okay. I already had a couple ideas of Clawbringer, then I came up with the Graveborn Clawbringer build, focused on Stormspite, and just said fuck it. Question. Why build around a capstone that is inconsistent in its damage delivery and has a 25-second cooldown? And does not deal notable damage? Like, if you factor in point cost and character choice, Claw Capstone has a case for being one of the worst skills in the game. That cooldown really hurts it a lot. That was a little messy, but we made it. I'm unbonkable. I'm indefinitely in Hornytail. That's true. That's true. Mr. Adblock has his own wing there. His own cell block. Yep, block. Question, I've seen people calling for more spawn density. Is something that'll happen or even should happen? I can't speak to this, say if it will happen. I don't know. In terms of if it should happen, there's definitely some enemy types that I feel having some more density would make fighting them more enjoyable. It would also lessen issues of enemy types that like to run away from you. But there is a very valid school of thought that points out that modifiers are balanced around current enemy density. Could you imagine getting like Elemental Overflow, but with double the enemies around? Just the entire map is uninhabitable. Also, it would throw crystal distribution off. Like crystals per run, I'm sure they tuned that to a specific point. So they'd probably have to rebalance how many crystals we get per run, or per enemy. Berserker Capstone with more enemies? Yeah, it'd be... It's already basically infinite action skill uptime for a lot of skills. Elite Cursed Crab. I've never wanted to die more. Just for you, Cursed Crab. Just for you. Kane. Stay back would be horrifying? Yeah. Biggest issues in density but enemy AI, don't want them hiding at the opposite end of the map. Yeah, Pico. We saw how frustrating that can be a couple rooms ago, where they just ran away from me. Like, there were the flying enemies that were attacking me, but then all the ground-based ones just ran away. So, like, obviously there's no counterplay to that in this kind of build. So, I'd like certain enemy types to be more aggressive. Like, Cyclops are fine. But zombies are very passive. Crabs and goblins are very passive. See, the zombie is just running away. Like, I'm down. It has no reason to be doing this. It is just creating as much distance as possible. Meanwhile, the Cyclops is charging towards me. zombie shot me once, started running. That could stand a chance. Oh, okay, Cyclops. Maybe you're not that great either. Dude over here playing hopscotch instead of attacking. And I'm gonna die to a random... What is that, a barrel? Is it my own dot? I don't know what applied it to me. But cool, cool. Seawargs. Seawargs are definitely appropriately aggressive. Wyverns are pretty aggressive too. Absence of a way they can balance difficulty increase in the future, scale up HP and damage less, and increase density. Density would be fun at every difficulty level though, is the thing with that stuff, Beaver. Like, Stone Swan pointed out, that a lot of quest and story-based sections have high density, so it can make playing through them enjoyable. Son of a witch, cool. This is free.
Serpentine sup.
If he spawns at this, there we go.
I'll give it to you.
Beautiful. Let's just say it was even more of an excuse to be able to spec into Storm Smite because it sounds cool. I don't funnel everything to Storm Smite or rely on it 100% of the time, more of an added bonus because I could, of course, not play with build, so opinion could change at any moment. That's fair. That's fair. This might just be me, but I'm seeing a lot of videos, build being shown in Bugcast, Chamber Run with the health's not C20, even though they're at C20, it's early days starting things intentional and it's getting on my nerves. There's definitely going to be at least a couple cases where it is intentional, Al. That's the thing that you... This is why I'm holding off on, you know, pushing things like the community documents, why I haven't put out any videos despite having several ideas for that. There are people who are making quality content and making sure that they are putting out correct information and showing legitimate gameplay, but there are some people who are absolutely going to knowingly or unknowingly benefit from a lot of the bugs and stuff increasing player power, and that's fundamentally going to be, if you do it on purpose, dishonest content. Because if you create a build and then you run it through the Chaos 20 health, where it's actually Chaos 0, and people go and replicate your build, and they literally cannot do what you showed, and you know that, well, that's lying to your audience. So I don't want to do that, even accidentally. So I would recommend being patient on the builds front until some bug fixes and balancing patches have been put in place. At least after patch 1 is when I'll start looking into this stuff more. But for now, it's just the experimentation stage, the sandboxing stage, you know? Just try things you like and see what's what. And I wouldn't get too attached to anything that seems like it might not stay around. Easy way to tell if the health is low. If you're doing about, like, 8k damage and it's still one-shotting enemies, you have the bug. So it's always nice to keep around something that you know is not strong enough to kill quickly. And if you think you might have the bug, see if you can kill something with that. Like melee on a gun build, for example. If you're able to two-hit enemies with your melee and a gun build with no bonuses to melee, you have the bug. and I'd like to reiterate that, of course, a lot of it is unknowing. Logically, there shouldn't be a situation where you load up Chaos 20 and you don't get Chaos 20 for everything that Chaos 20 says. There's like several different ways that's not working right now. Yeah, that sucks, and some people are just gonna stumble into that. And should not think less of them for that. But, you know, there's always people taking advantage. 140% crit. So does that mean the Banshee can go higher than 130? What's the highest crit you guys have seen on a Banshee? Highest I've seen is 130. Does Livewire have a Duddy drop? Yeah, it's gonna have one somewhere. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. Let me look. I'll check the spreadsheet. Just glad you're here doing the build thing. As someone with a job and 3 kids, rather just play the game with a fun build and try to figure out the math. Yeah, I'm happy to do that, Flight. I'm more than happy to. Let's check the spreadsheet. What do we got? This sheet doesn't have a source for the Livewire currently, which would mean Chaos Chamber, but fortunately, that's still pretty easy to do. The spreadsheet? Yep, in the Discord resources channel. So yeah, you're looking at SMG money for the Livewire, Mustard. What are we grinding for? We're trying to get a volatile Banshee. Hana. Or a volatile Slammin' Salmon with an element. Either of those. So we're throwing a lot at the melee bunny right now. Hey, another triple crit damage spell. It's an Enduring Thunder. If that was a Quaking Thunder, that'd be neat. I'll buy it anyway. Why not? Right now I'm playing with Spore Warden, working into Berserker with it, using the build Moxie posted. Nice. Back to Deadly drops, shouldn't they be easier to drop? Like, if you're going that way, but at 100 parasites, no cosmetic Deadly drop. I don't know if it's a bug, we're just unlucky now. Loot luck, according to Gearbox, does affect dedicated drops this time around, so if you want rates similar to dedicated drops from Borderlands games, you're looking at having high loot luck. You gotta do that to achieve that result. Put that blank slate away, yeah. I have a cosmetic in here to redeem as well. Oh, we capped our moon orbs. Back to re-rolling. Pain, suffering, agony. I have 1626. But yeah, what's the crit multiplier? A volatile one will be about I've seen them up to 1900 for volatile, I believe. Or I've been told about volatile Banshee being 1900. But I'm looking for higher crit multiplier. So see, this one has 120. This one has 130. I want to know if 140 is possible, because I just saw a purple greatsword on the ground with a 140. And crit damage mult is big for this. Saw Fish Lab name and the vending machine, are they any good? Slammin' Salmon? Yeah, Carman. Those can be pretty good at applying status effects. I want to spend Moon Orbs, but I don't have, like, an idea of what to spend Moon Orbs on right now. I suppose, put an enchant on my sigil. While Ghost Blade's active, increase melee crit damage by 25%, melee crit chance by 50% for a short duration. Like, that's okay. But I'm not going to use Ghost Blade on this setup, so... More crit chance for melee. No, I don't need crit chance. Companion damage. No, thank you. 120? Hmm. Stop giving me repeats. Hello? Cleansing Flames. Ooh, that'd be a really good support spell. Like, you get the Revive with Cleansing Flames enchant on a Fortifying Sigil, your team medic. Yeah, I'll take that for the meme. Think 140 is possible, but also memory weird. Right. Seen critical damage up to 60% on melee weapons, so no, it's based on the type of melee weapon. It is. It is based on the type. Valor Greatswords, I've seen up to 140. 1626 and 120, so yeah, it might be, you might have a base damage part instead of a crit damage part there, Cosmo. Morning, Pickle Johnny, how you doing? Spellcast melee damage, short duration. That's an okay one to get there. See how close to bricked these two body runes are? So I pick up every body rune I see, because I'm gonna want one with like every enchant, and getting specific ones is so difficult. Nullify and Roguelite. Rip.
Patience is a virtue, but not when the world needs saving. Come now, to arms! To victory!
I would urge to make a tank medic claw. Do it. It could be really fun.
Let's go!
Clawbringer and Spellshot have some cool support-looking stuff.
Have we gone yet? No? Right, well...
I've been trying to put together a Deathless build now that I finally have the version I was going for, and not having Healthgate sucks. Yeah, the big downside I've noticed of the Deathless stuff in this game, Psionic Hydra, it's two things. One, unlike Borderlands 3, enemy damage does increase with higher endgame progression levels. So, like, Mayhem 11 enemies do the same damage as Mayhem 0 enemies in that game. But Chaos 20 enemies do way more damage than Chaos 0 enemies in this game. On top of that, the purple puddles, anywhere you find those are direct health damage. They bypass your ward. So, like, if you only have 1 health, touching that at all for any length of time instantly downs you. That means Banshee and Drill both have areas you cannot stand or you will instantly die. That means there's that Mimic map in the Chaos Chamber. You cannot stand on most of the floor there, you instantly die. Dragonlord has attacks where he creates those areas, and they will instantly kill you. A bit unfortunate, really. Sneaky Buffmeister. I was re-rolling one, but I'm not using it. But yeah, I was re-rolling one. Occasionally I'll use a Buffmeister on a boss that this build isn't equipped for. So Drill or Banshee, really. I'll switch to Gun and Buffmeister. Just to not waste too much of my time. Don't really need the Buffmeister for that anyway. Liquid Cooling plus From the Shadows. Just putting on gun damage stuff. More than enough. Run a Deathless because it's the best armor I found. Also have an Armored Defense. My health's not at 1. Not sure this is intended or not. It is Stuff Beaver because what Unarmored Defense does is it stops health reservation effects. It takes priority over the Deathless. So if you use Unarmored Defense with a Deathless, you will not get the 1 health part. You will just simply get on unarmored defenses effect, but you will actually get the bonus to your regen delay from the Deathless. So you will be a little bit tankier still. I think Liquid Cooling's overperforming. If it is, only slightly Relief Light, because we're at a point now where people are already not experimenting, because there's the typical rush of people to quantify things as best very early on. So that's why you had, for a couple days, you had people saying, hey, you can't do anything efficiently without a ×4 SMG. So, like, So then they started trying more legendaries, and then that kind of died down a little bit. You had a bunch of people saying, hey, just use Buffmeister, it's the best thing ever. And there's a bunch of ways to kill even faster than the Buffmeister. And Buffmeister is one of those things that warps your perception of items you use it with. For example, you will get more out of a Buffmeister on a weapon that has 4 projectiles than a weapon that has 1. Even though that weapon with 1 could be higher DPS. And that kind of stuff happens. There's also the avoidable and unavoidable damage increasing bugs and exploits that people are using. We're at a point where balance is very hard to figure out because the game's been out a week. So, do I think Liquid Cooling is a bit strong? Yeah, I do. But I don't necessarily think that it needs to be scaled back in the same way some of the things that are very clearly doing things they shouldn't be. Like Buffmeister. Absolutely tone that down. Honestly, maybe the Livewire. But Liquid Cooling, if it was to receive a nerf, I would want it to be on the smaller side, personally. Just my opinion. Hey, True African Cat, how you doing? Buffmeister just isn't fun. It's not a synergistic item, just do everything better. Right. If it was more situational in its application, I'd be more open to it. Like, Buffmeister is the only sigil spell that gives movement speed. Like, that alone is big. But it also gives a massive bonus element, and then it'll increase massively 2 of your stats. And like, or, you know, more than 2, depending on which 2 you get. It doesn't need to do all of those things. Feels like enabling cheat engine. I don't like that, because the concept for the item in terms of it providing stat buffs, that's fair. It doesn't need the bonus element. Really does not. Where they'll go the early BL3 route and nerf Liquid Cooling just because everyone uses it. Well, the thing to remember with that flight is people love to misconstrue how the early BL3 balancing went. There were a couple of items that got proactive reductions of very small values because they just wanted to see people try other things. So, like, in terms of got nerfed because it's popular, yeah, that was the Hellwalker and the Crossroad. Now, the Hellwalker, it was an 8% nerf. It didn't affect shit. The Crossroad, yeah, that was a bummer. But guess what? Go back in time, make the Crossroad nerf never happen. Gun still dies when Mayhem 2.0 hits. Still dead. So, like, it didn't end up affecting anything. What early BL3 balance changes did overwhelmingly, that people like to minimize, was buffs. And this has been quantified time and time again. They always buffed more than they nerfed. Always. So, based on that, I'd say we'd be more likely to see a couple of nerfs to high-profile things that people are using in this game, combined with a lot of buffs to things that people aren't talking enough about.
Well, that's the measure of you, isn't it?
Pretty sure buff can have 2 charges too. It can roll with charge part, yeah.
I call on thee, Hydra!
Might even be able to roll with more than one. BH sometimes sounds like Morden. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Or Fate Maker, I guess. Not BH, but I get what you mean. Agree there. Just like the gimmick of liquid cooling, don't want to die. Not overheating if you're accurate is neat. Yeah, it's cool. It's just it's very, very easy to break it up. It's very easy to get liquid cooling to a point where, you know, it's just kind of doing that. Maybe easier than it should be. Snipers could have been bow and arrows. I don't think it's that simple, because creating animations for that, and remember that this game uses modifications of BL3's part set, and wasn't a thing in that game. So yeah, we have a bow action skill, because they can make an animation that's, hey, when you hit the button, it does this exact animation every time. But like, it'd have been a very different process to make bows a usable weapon category. We got crossbow barrels. That's pretty close. Quick question, is there a way to force a death if you fall out of bounds? Second to last room of Chaos Chamber, want to spend these crystals. You can try to blow yourself up with a splash weapon, Senpai. Or get a status effect on yourself.
Better get...
Go. Any advantage to only using one class? No advantage. It'd make for an amusing flex, though. I feel like I'm missing some of the blast gas, but it just doesn't smack for me. You need a lot of investment into damage bonuses of the type that would double dip. So all damage, elemental damage of the element of your spell, and you need a spell that has a high enough base damage, and you need that spell to crit. Blast Gas can do really, really powerful things. Message Pistol could be fun on Zerker Stabble using From the Shadows. Thing barely ever crits since it's more focused on being like a grenade launcher, and Zerker has area damage ability to extend From the Shadows duration along with its other amazing buffs. I suppose it could be good on that, yeah. Be good support tank class combo, Zerker Clawbringer. The tankiest combination in the game is going to be, by far, Berserker Graveborn. Graveborn being the tankiest, Berserker being the second tankiest. If you're trying to support teammates, I suppose it'd be Clawbringer Graveborn or Clawbringer Spellshot. Spell Shot and Clawbringer have the most team support stuff. Graveborn is the tankiest. So, some combination of those. Decent speedrun, considering that was all elite rooms. Spellblade with Archmage. Escape! Not good stats on it, though. Chaotic Fatebreaker. Rampage? No thank you. Can stack crit damage? Yes. Yes, you can. That's kind of what this setup is doing. I'm using a Smart Armor for crit damage. I'm using a Joint Training for crit damage. I'm using a Greatsword with a high crit damage mult. See, like, a little bonk stick will only have 100%, but a big old Valora can get up to 140. See, this is a Cleave with 140, so Cleaves can get that as well. I've not seen a high crit damage bonk. I've seen a Cleave and Valora with very high crits. I haven't seen Swift with too high. Chaotic Diamond Guard Sword. Swift with 120. Hey Stomp, how you doing? And that's a good enchant to get on a Fatebreaker. You know what, I'll take it. Just cause good enchant, good hilt.
Back in business.
Okay, let's do another couple runs on this build, and then we'll keep going for gear on some other setups. I haven't played my Spell Shot in a couple days. Maybe we play some Spell Shot. Fatebreaker can be elemental, safe to assume doesn't affect the projectiles of the base damage. Thank you for testing. Thank you for testing. Everyone I've used has had shock element projectiles, but I've only used like 2, so.
Hydra's rage.
Some other touch that I love. Melee, just interrupting enemy behaviors. They could have not done that, but I'm glad they did. Like, Melee makes wyverns land, it makes sharks get out of the ground. That's a chaotic dark magic banshee. Ooh. Ooh. What'd this one roll? Amp. Not ideal, but you know, it's another chaotic banshee. I'll chalk it up to as a win. with an Elemental Fate Breaker. I don't have all the damage testing items at my disposal. In other words, no you. Now, just because you're being like this, there's a lesson in this. Ready? There's a lesson here.
Whither shall I go? No, sword, wibbles, or the up.
You fuck. Do not backseat me.
This is no common work.
Crushing Darkness. Yeah, we'll go that route. How you doing, con man? 70 backpack spots for 69 melee weapons. That's pretty nice, Loki Legend. It's pretty nice, I'm not gonna lie.
My radical.
Testing this reducing. I don't give a shit if you do the testing or not. Don't tell me what to do. That is the lesson here. I'm trying to figure out what balance of Berserker Stabbomancer power I like here. Stabbomancer power is more crit chance for when I'm out of From the Shadows, and it's more From the Shadows duration. But Berserker power is more enrage damage and more blast chill damage.
I feel
So I have a bit of each right now. But like this one is Berserker at the moment. It could be Stabbomancer. And then these classes could obviously be reversed based on what I'm doing. It's a little crystals at lower chaos levels, it's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, definitely take more crystal rooms and curses at lower chaos levels for sure. Is the Bradlock Amulet the only one that rolls with elemental damage increase? Yes, Pico. But I still would not use the Bradlock because of the severity of the debuffs it places on you. It's deceptive. I wouldn't. It's just the loot luck thing. That's the only recommended use of the Bradlock. I would not ever use it in combat. It's a thing you wear when you're loading into a map to determine your loot luck, and then you take it off. Hey, New Mexican, how you doing?
on my behalf.
I know some streamers abuse the cast stuff. It's sure nice being able to look at your stuff without asking me to stop playing the game. I don't necessarily attribute us not having EchoCast to that, to be honest. And, you know, it's pretty easy to separate out those features. A couple times they disabled chest events for various purposes.
It's your funeral.
Stay back on Melee. Time to die. But yeah, hopefully, at least in future games, or fingers crossed for down the line in this game's lifetime, they do bring back some sort of Twitch extension functionality. Because that's something I'd like to see in all games across the gaming industry going forward. It's just very interactive, and when BL3 first came out, they did even put out metrics showing that viewer retention was higher on channels with EchoCast than channels without EchoCast. But now we're all channels without EchoCast. That's so much noise. I am sorry, chat. That modifier. Hey, Sawmill. Times 3 Sawmill, but it's not chaotic and it's not elemental. Sad. Era Halifax. Thank you for the 14 months. I appreciate it. How you liking the game? Absolutely love it. This game's amazing. Insane replay value, but having a lot of fun messing with builds, and you're seeing me do something that I never thought I would really be doing in this game. That's a true melee build. Now, it's of course got the gearbox spice of things doing damage sources they shouldn't be, but it's still me swing greatsword, make things die. I enjoy that. Oh, water. Lovely. Outcast is great for checking gear and spec when you just turn in the stream and use that way more than ever to the chest events and armed race distractions. Exactly, Earthshock. Exactly. I don't think one subset of activity you could do with EchoCast overwrites the fact that it was just a nice thing to have for the entire game. Like, just the gear viewing alone was fantastic. It was good for creators, it was good for viewers, and they do know that. Like, this feedback is absolutely being received. So, we'll see if it goes anywhere.
My spell is ready.
These beams. Like, I don't have healing beyond killing things. Like, my healing comes from Blood Frenzy and Body Rune. I do not have passive healing. So, like, if I don't kill something, I just don't heal. And then it leads to this. But it was that or take Toothless for a huge damage penalty on everything. Chaotic Snake Stick? I'll take it. So, like, lesser of two evils. Remember, Deather. Most enemies feel bullet sponge at Chaos 20 or just me. That'd be just you. That would be you progressed up to Chaos 20 without getting your build ready for Chaos 20. Simple as that. Remember, you do not need to rush to the highest difficulty. You don't ever need to go there if you don't want to. But if you do not, that's a volatile Arctorrent. If you do not do the prep work for the highest difficulty level, then things feel spongy. And guess what?
You cannot stand the tide of
So that's the game being subtle and it telling you to revisit your spec, reassess your damage sources, make sure everything is working well together. You have the appropriate enchants, or at least some enchants that help you in some way. You've got damage passes on gear. You're using items that are suited to the content you're doing, to the build you're doing, and that your skill tree is in a good place. Love the Iclops. They're cool. They're cool. I'd love to see maybe fewer of them, but they're cool. Round slam the dice in the encounter and I was thrown out of orbit. That happened to me a couple times, yeah. Got a Vampire Banshee to throw on, help negate the beams. I might, actually. I might. Let's see. That would help. Ancient, Caustic, Ancient, Amp, Echo, Archmage. Everything but Vampire. Not everything, but, you know, specifically not Vampire. Unfortunate. All these Banshees on me, and I don't have the one that would be nice here. I couldn't even see that enemy. That was just the cleave of the greatsword being wider than my screen. I play at high FOV as well. That was funny. That's awkward. Just move faster, elusive to the thing. It is certainly helping. A lot of people rush cast 20, no harm in farming low levels to get the gear you want in enchantments. Absolutely. It's something that happened a lot with Mayhem in Borderlands 3. People would just skip directly from Mayhem 0 to Mayhem 11 and be like, everything's spongy. It's like, yeah, you didn't figure out a build, you don't know how to play your character, you didn't get appropriate gear. And the progression that the Chaos levels have through doing Chaos Trials minimizes that, but it is still present. You'll see people rushing through with something like a Buffmeister, or knowingly or unknowingly benefiting from a damage increasing exploit of some variety. And then the second they stop using those things, they're unprepared. And then they don't want to go down difficulty because they're like, but this is my highest one. And it's a thing that compounds very quickly. That's why I don't personally recommend using cheese to progress, because you'll trap yourself. You can change your FOV? You can. You can. I believe I run on 110 FOV. Smart armor. Berserker Stabbomancer. Move speed, fire rate, missing health. Not enough damage stuff on there. That's a shame. It's trying so hard. She's a great guy, true. Blue Rune on level 31, that'd be a great idea. What's the worst that could happen, other than death? Chaotic Fatebreaker. Non-elemental. Chaotic Diamond Guard Sword. I have a volatile one of those somewhere, so I don't need to pick that up. Twin Soul with Consec. It's Warrior Archmage. Worth having. Ooh, look at this. Volatile Greatsword. 1600 card damage. That's big damage. That's big damage. Only 120 crit on that, though. So I think, yeah. Volatile Banshee's gonna be a huge upgrade. If that should ever happen for us. Let's use the cheese with the understanding you're on a clock to farm other gear. That takes a certain amount of, let's call it self-control that a lot of people using these things, I found, do not have. I'm not speaking for everyone here. This is a generalization. But I've noticed that the people who can't put down the Buffmeister are also the ones who are never gonna say, hey, it's my fault that I'm in a situation where I don't know what's good. It's a pickaxe with 140 crit. Take that. You know what they say about big damage. Big socks? Alright, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, chat. Little streamer's room. Be right back.
Magic time!
Okay, be back. Must admit I buffed Meister Bug Drill and it felt good. Slippery slope. But hey, at the end of the day, if that's how you have fun, it is not on me to tell you that your method of having fun is invalid. I just look at things through the lens of game health and community health. So having a lot of people doing that kind of thing just sets a precedent that could lead to balancing decisions that would make the game something I don't want it to be. But that's just my opinion. At the end of the day, if you enjoy using a certain thing, go ahead. It's a video game. The entire purpose is to have fun. Two crit damage and spell damage part on an Arc Torrent. Channel cast, volatile. That's high base damage for an Arc Torrent. I want to get an Arc Torrent with as many projectiles as possible. That sounds like that could be a good time. Okay, let's play my Spell Shot. I haven't played Spell Shot in a bit. Didn't realize Pickaxe could roll not ancient? Yeah, it can. I think I put 20k crystals into armor yesterday. I didn't even get one of the points I'm looking for. It can be very, very fickle. Okay, I definitely need to put stuff in my bank. What was I doing on this Spell Shot last? Double Twister, Bang Stick stuff, or Body Rocker. I did get that Ludite that I could use. Don't I already have Ludites on this save? I do, okay. Go with that. In this video game, the whole purpose is to flex on noobs and call people names. Yeah, some people view it that way. It's sad. It's interesting. I was had a conversation with some people yesterday, and I was pointing out that some people do play these games for the story. And that's just, if anything, most people play these games for the story. The people that are here watching the game on Twitch, and the people that are talking about the game in community spaces and, you know, making the builds and stuff, we're just the ones that stayed. Remember, a much larger number of people purchased and played this game for the story, and then a lot of them put it down and never looked back. But, there's certain communities and certain people in certain kinds of communities where if you point this out, they don't take it well for some reason. And I'm like, huh, why is the concept of people enjoying different things than you so upsetting? I don't understand. Gamer's gonna game, I suppose. Am I right, chat? Tend to avoid things that prevent me from having a reason to grind for gear. I need as much gameplay as possible. That's reasonable. I've been avoiding Wonderlands on Twitch because I didn't want to fall into the BO3 trap of always having the best meta build and never doing anything myself. Now I'm almost cast 20, kind of want to see what people are doing. There's so many options, Dilbert, and a week in, there's nothing even remotely quantifiable as a meta. Even in Borderlands 3's 2.5 years, there was never really a meta, because the thing people defined as meta really wasn't. You always have room to experiment and mess around with different things, but I will say, it's nice to have you here in the directory with us. There's lots of cool stuff happening. I've been messing with lots of build ideas. You have a wonderful day. Am I doing it right? I think you are.
My foes are there.
I think you are. Yeah, I was gonna check my spells. And my rings. I think I got some rings that I want to put on the save. Spell crit chance. I played Borderlands just to touch your butt. Relatable. Relatable. Pistol crit damage and reload speed could be really nice for using a Ludite. It's a volatile ring. I'll take that. Yeah, I'll definitely take that. Some shotgun mag size. That is the wrong choice of word. Yeah, I get you. Start with a claw grave. Been having a ton of fun with it. Hey, more power to you. More power to you. I punched from far with the Rico rifle. Damn it, Priz. Why are you the way that you are? How you doing? I swear I had a ring that I specifically wanted to put on this save, but I can't remember what I did with it. I might have put it on another one. I have too many builds going right now. We'll circle back around to that, and there's no point in me staring at the same things a bunch of times. I just grabbed something by accident. Don't know what it was. But look at this volatile cube, chat. 1400 dot damage. That's interesting. I want to do stuff with that. I wanted to try some ice spikes with polymorph. These are the same spell. What else? Let's try some polymorph spells out. I put a bunch in here to try with that. How goes the gearing? It goes. The bunnies are a little unkind to us, so we're changing builds so we at least get different gameplay whilst going for specific gear. But it's going. Too much stuff in my bank, chat. Too much. Bunnies are unkind to everyone. That is very true. I think I've gotten every shield in the game except the one I need. Whenever I'm going for more body runes, I get nothing but mind runes. Anyone else have that problem? Because it's specifically mind runes that will not leave me alone. Alright, that's good enough for a bit. Going for Master Rune here. Yeah, I imagine you're getting a lot of Spirit Runes. So to reach the Water Medusa level and ran by Torch gave me Blue Fire Dot. The fact there's something cool with Blue Fire and I kind of easy up bothers me. Maybe one day. For me, it's the full battery, got like 10 of them. At least it's a useful item to have. Look at this cube. Every time I do, I grow a pube. Not my best work. Let's try that. Now we'll toggle our chaos mode for loot luck. I'm sorry, what? You heard me, goats. Don't challenge me. All the right RPG FPS buttons are getting pushed for me. I can play solo if I want. There's plenty to do and it's all fun. Well said, Bazooka dude. Well said. Giving lots of options to lots of players, that's the key with games like this. That's how you get longevity. That's how people love the game. Love the Lands games for mostly everything about them. Grinding, gameplay, story, loot, etc. They're a great mix of RPG and shooter IMO. Hard agree.
Enter the...
Alright, let's see how this Ice Spike does with good old Polymorph.
Bleed all you want. It won't save you. Well, that's
Certainly visually satisfying.
falling ice. At least you're some use.
What this? Nah. Can't have anybody adding quotes. Good try though. This thing hits hard. Like, this ice spike hits hard. I like it. Look at that. 68k, just kind of casting it. Honestly, the way you're playing right now is totally alien to me compared to the level of my characters. That's pretty awesome to see how much higher the power curve goes. Yeah, and this is just kind of a fun build I put together. Not necessarily making optimal decisions or anything. It's just kind of my mess around. I like reloading fast spell shot, and you can do some crazy things in this game, power-wise. Should we do some raid bosses? Yeah, let's do some raid bosses. Wait for that cloud to clear first. Oh no, Kyler added it. With 107k? Wow.
There's a chill in the air. I'd give it all for a little more.
Go to? Yeah, we changed bots a while ago.
No.
I guess we go buff bot. Buff buddies.
This should be interesting.
Had a greatsword with 160 crit. Very nice leg of the table. 160. Love to see it. Ice Spike does so much damage. I hadn't used these since I was leveling. They're great then, but I didn't think they pulled up this well. It was really good. Like, this is a simple cast one. Simple cast doesn't get the huge charge multiplier that channel cast ones do, and it's still able to just kill things very quickly. I like it. Also, something extremely satisfying about just the finger snap. Lady of the Lakes feels pretty crazy. Finger snap destruction makes you feel like Thanos? A bit. I know a few people have made good takes on Thanos and the character creator in this game. Use that with the Wyvern Ring, lots of fire crits. Ooh, yeah, the Wyvern Ring is good. I really need to get some of those quest reward items with specific roles that I want. Like, I want the melee one, but I also want the Wyvern one with, like, different builds. Because 20% fire damage from a ring slot is very impactful. I should have taken that move speed of doing raid bosses. No, that'd be fine. Ice Spike can also hit single enemy up to 3 times for some weird reason. Interesting. How you doing, Midberry? Someone's already invented a Thanos build, snap your fingers, half the room disappears. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Whew, that was satisfying. Yeah, I've seen a lot of, doubt about shotguns in this game. This shotgun I'm using here, chat, it's a blue. It's just the blue Torgue shotgun. Not chaotic, not volatile, not purple, not legendary. Just the blue. You find an item with the right parts in this game, it's really good. That's so satisfying. Trying to farm Warp Paradigm. Yeah, armor farms are something else. Championship ring. So close to greatness. So close. If that had been melee crit damage instead of melee crit chance, I'd have been making some noises. But, oh well. This is an armor with high thread count, spell crit chance, and spell damage. I'll take that. I need more. You snap finger, ice spike happens, polymorph, these spells is cracked. Yeah. Let's get some polymorph going. That's pretty good. I dread seeing these spells with Blast Gas. It's like, I've just got Berserker, you know, supporting formula and Enraged bonus elements and such. Graveborn can be like, hi, I Blast Gassed this. And the craziest thing about this one I'm using, it has 4 charges. This didn't even roll the max parts this thing can roll. It could have an entire 3rd extra part here. It could have something other than crit chance. Like, I could have even more charges. It's a 14-second cooldown for a 4-charge spell. That's craziness. Like, I have Spellshot Capstone, refreshing it even faster, sure. But I don't need it. I could definitely just not take this. And I could go take Blood of the Fallen for more polymorph. It's crazy. All I have to do is snap your fingies. You know it, Skilly Death. You know it. Got a sword that gives 38% crit to your next 3 shots. You got an amp hilt for the gun damage. Do I have an amp hilt here? Oh, I forgot to grab my twin soul. Thanks for reminding me, Bazooka Dude. You didn't intend to, but you reminded me of an item I need to pull out from my bank. Hugely helpful. I appreciate you. Imagine if you could target the sacrificial scheme of polymorph. I haven't tried that. I don't know that you can't. With a couple weeks of hindsight, a Spellshot still looking Tinker's Graveborn versatility caught up in big class power estimates. Spellshot having such a large amount of spell damage, and then the Warped Paradigm armor existing means that Spellshot's still, like, extremely versatile, because you can just convert half of that spell damage into either melee or ability damage with the right armor, so Spellshot's still, like, extreme versatility. And then in the Spellshot tree itself, it gets fire rate, it gets reload speed, it gets cooldown, it gets, you know, capstone for no spell cooldown whatsoever, it gets bonus elements for both guns and spells, it can keep wards broken with no upkeep. Spellshot versatility is crazy. Gotta head out, go buy lasagna ingredients, see you later friendos, and tomorrow, yeah, Viper. Yeah, tomorrow. But yeah, you have a good store outing. I'll see you when I see you. I appreciate you. That was a long shot. Love it. Hey Silo, how you doing? Love the whole infinite progression with myth rank. Just can't have new characters. Max levels out. the infinite progression of myth rank is not precisely a good thing in the current state because there's no toggle. Previous games, versions of that had a toggle. Badass rank, Guardian rank, they had toggles. Myth rank does not yet. So until that happens, I can't say that I care for myth rank, in all honesty. Because you could have people running around with, hey, I have 200 points in myth rank gun damage. Look how good my build is. No, I won't show my myth rank in my build video. That presents a problem. So, one of the many things to look out for when consuming content, chat, is if people won't show you their myth rank, it's sus. Because they could have legitimately infinite, or at least functionally infinite, values of... Oh, that was stupid of me. Of, you know, gun damage, ability damage, spell damage, or melee damage. Those are the 4 that are infinite.
The spoils of
Is myth rank cross character? Yes. But it only unlocks for a character once that one is also level 40. And since there is no toggle, it is cross character. As soon as you put a point into a myth rank skill, you cannot get rid of it in any way. You are stuck with it. Hey, Uncle Noble, how you doing? I showed you my myth rank, please respond. Hey, Onyx, good to see you. Infinite melee damage to make true melee viable, but I've been playing true melee. I only just switched. But yeah, some map configurations make doing that one awkward. Oh, melee only mode's so bad. I was playing a melee build for most of the stream so far. I only just switched to this build. But we can circle back around to the melee build. Does matchmaking even work with Chaos Dungeons? I have no idea, because matchmaking in these games has always been, like, not the most effective way. If you're looking for people to play with, Truist, the official Wonderland Discord server has looking for group channels. And you're gonna have much more structured stuff and lower chances of running into people doing malicious things like editing your profile saves and things like that. Do we have a command for that? So that's my personal Discord. That came up there. We also have an LFG channel in the Discord as well. So if you want to play with people from this community or see if anyone's available, that is an option. Editing your profile saves, is that a thing? Yep. I've seen multiple reports of people who have joined public lobbies and then someone in their lobby messes with their profile saves. And because myth rank doesn't have a toggle, if someone decides to set your myth rank to, I don't know, 10,000, you have no way of changing it. So be very careful who you choose to play with, chat. Be very careful. That implemented, I thought it was Priz, but I honestly don't remember. No, you can fall through small holes turned from the shadows. I did not. 50% loot log worth it on items? So what you want to do with that, Mad Hatter, is you want to... Yeah, thank you, Chris. You want to have your loot luck items equipped when you are first loading into an area. So when you enter a load screen, have your loot luck on, because that's when your loot luck is checked. You do not need it after you're successfully in, and then you can switch back to your normal gear at that point. So it's a nice little life hack for you. Thank you, Kyler. Message it back, getting Torque Shotty times 18. Loving it? Yeah. Congrats. So I mean, if you have loot luck gear, you should equip it just before going to the loot room after a chaos run. You want to equip it before you go into the chaos chamber itself, the area with your bank and all that. Before going into there, yeah, you want to equip your stuff. And then before exiting back to that room, because that goes through another load screen, you want to put the loot luck gear back on again. Orcanar, huh? This'll be fine, probably. I could just gluttony him. Yeah, let's just gluttony. Hey Zazzle, how you doing? Oops. Well, lets me do that. Oh, that's my pistol ammo. Okay. I don't think I have full SDs in this character. That makes sense. There we go. How low can spell cooldown be on a card? Lowest I've gotten is 7.9 on a 3-charge Arc Torrent. I've seen 5.7 on an Arcane Bolt with a cooldown part. I believe if you were to get triple cooldown parts on Arcane Bolt, you could get it into the low 4s. Like a 4.1, something like that. It's like 4.1 on the card. And then Arcane Bolt also refunds part of its cooldown when you hit a crit with it, which is very nice to have. Let's do some raid bosses, chat. Which Fury reloads get companion buffs account for Faithful Thralls? That would be Shrikes and Hydras. Pixies are weird. I don't remember quite how Pixies work, but definitely Shrikes and Hydras. Let's go from work things over to the build fun things. This is a spell shot build, Hazel. With lots of reload speed and ice spikes. It's a good time. What's your fastest chamber time so far? I had a 7:01 Onyx. That's my fastest currently. The 7:01 with my Graveborn Stabomancer gun build. For that one.
Have fun, Fuzzball. How's that for an active reload?
Oh, I missed a couple times. Did not play well. Missed the one cycle. Sad about it. The lava's rising, chat. literally one more shot. Probably build, what's that gun? This is a body rocker. It's a ×18 Torgue shotgun with a 2-mag. Real talk, you know it's almost as good as breakfast for dinner, breakfast for lunch? True. The polymorph, does it work like Phase Grass? Enemies still take damage that can't be grabbed? Did you read it? Ah, game, give me my frames back. Haven't played Spell Shot yet? Yeah, the immune damage thing is still there. Always try to keep the boss pinged during this phase. I was looking away. Come on, game. Break. Which skill do you think is stronger, Blast Gas or Blast Chill? That's not really a thing you can quantify effectively, Onyx. They do functionally the same thing, just from different damage sources. I would honestly put them, like, at exactly equal footing. There we go. That's 2 raid bosses. Why is Skeeve so good? It really is, Skilly Death. It just does so many things. It's curious if you thought one had stronger synergies across builds versus the other. I really don't think so. I think maybe more builds use spells than use melee, but there's plenty of ways to deliver melee through things other than swinging your weapon. So, like, I really wouldn't rank one above the other. Both can do crazy boss melts and mobbing and stuff. What all does Skeeve do beyond healing? So it's also a target you can kill for on-kill effects. You can kill it for death saves as well. And it's got very high uptime because the Skeeve flies around for about 10 seconds after it spawns, and it's not on a 30-second cooldown. So you only have 20 seconds of downtime max on Skeeve. And that's shorter cooldown than like a lot of convenient things in the skill trees. I'm not a Graveborn right now, so I can't show you what I was thinking about, but yeah. How do you get to the raid bosses during chaos runs? You have to do the puzzles that spawn them. So you have a chance of having in your rooms a symbol. It would be either a yellow symbol, a green symbol, or a blue symbol. Interacting with that will start a puzzle that, if completed at the end of your run after the Chaos Chamber boss, you'll have a red portal next to the yellow one. The red one will lead to a room where you can fight any of the raid bosses that you've selected. And you fight all of the raid bosses you selected for that run with no breaks. So, if you happen to hit all of the boss symbols in a run, you will fight your Chaos Chamber boss, then you will fight all 3 raid bosses individually, and then you will fight the hidden 4th boss. Okay, what are we going for on this save? Can't forget to pull out the new melee weapon. I guess we go for better skeep. Yeah. Got a lot of crystals from that run. Really like the green raid boss, never seemed to do a lot of damage other than the stun things. Are there any other tricks for that fight? It's just a big old wall of meat, Bubba. It is pretty tanky. You can absolutely kill it quickly. It's just got a lot of health. If you haven't used Torg Stickies, they're very good. Either Body Rockers, which is what I'm using, or Luddites, which are the pistols. Any bonuses for defeating all four? You get... each of them has their own dedicated drop. Now, that drop is also available in the Chaos Chamber pool, but each of them does have a dedicated drop for a different shield. Ward, rather. And you get a lot of crystals. You get a lot of crystals for doing those bosses. Poison damage, Stabomancer power with status effect stuff. Yes, that is good synergy. I like that. Got a recommendation for a class mod for a melee character, Contemplative Plate, Miller Paradigm. For my melee build, I run Smart Armor, Aaron. That's what I've been doing. Warp Paradigm, depending on your class setup, could be good. If you're using Blast Chill from Berserker, then getting ability damage from a Paradigm could be good. This is more of a gun build. This is kind of equal parts a gun and a spell build, Tub Nation. I can kill things with spells, I can kill things with guns, and Spell Shot is really good at boosting both of those things together. In fact, on Spell Shot, spell damage is converted partially into gun damage. So it's really both. Depending on my choice of spell, it'll skew towards or away from the spells, but it does both very well. Let me check these vending machines, and then I'm going to pull out the melee weapon that I've been talking about, that I've been wanting for a while. Took me a while to get it, but I did get it. That's a volatile Spectral Talents. Not good parts, sadly. Hey, Akame. Just planned a Stabobur build where I slow freeze enemies, spread the status, and fly by smacking things. Now time to build up a Stabo to try it. It's a good time. I love swinging a melee weapon on Stabomancer Berserker combo. Definitely a good time. Put away my laser hands for another build. Where is it? Here? No, next page. Next page. It's a Swift, right? There it is. Echo Amp Twin Soul. So, now when I melee attack to deliver my Echo, my next 3 shots get the amp bonus, and 3 shots with this gun, very high value. So now I have a lot of reason to weave in melee in my gameplay.
Now the fun.
Only thing I found hard with Spell Shot Berserker survivability, I'm assuming would have to come from gear piece or killing things fast. Yeah, Berserker has Blood Frenzy, gives you back a decent chunk of health on kill. It's also got a bunch of damage reduction. Berserker's got extra time in Save Your Soul as well. Yeah, you can polymorph to get around enemy immune phases. It's great. Not bosses, but standard enemies.
Never send a corpse to do a killer's job. On strike!
It's better than a purple with more damage. I just don't have a purple with the correct parts, Onyx. I just simply haven't gotten a ×18 cryo 2 mag purple. That's the only thing I'd upgrade this with. Or a chaotic or volatile. Build got nastier, it certainly did. It got a lot nastier. Meant the melee weapon? I don't really care about the damage on it. Like, I just care that it's level 40, so the enchant is max value. I do not care about the value of this or any of that. All I need to do is land a hit to deliver Echo and Amp. So the damage of this Twin Soul ultimately irrelevant. It's just the hilt modifiers that matter, and the level.
That should do.
Fissure Dark Magic Sunder might help with survivability. Quaking Sunder? Yeah, that's good for hitting a lot of enemies at once. Okay, we cannot polymorph the Sacrificial Scheme. I wanted to test that. It'd be funny if you could turn a Skeep into a Skeep. Although you probably can. There's enemy Skeeps in the game. You probably can. Lucked out, got a 3-charge AAA spike. Nice. Did I tell you I found a volatile 5-mag in a vendor? Nice, easy. I don't love the 5-mags for this, but like, the damage is probably worth it. I'll just like deal with it not being the 2. If I ever get a drop like that. That's crazy. Skeep, Skeep! Dog, I heard you like Skeep. From one Skeep to another. Beautiful. Perfectly balanced as all Skeep should be. Won't you teleport away? Do Bunny Steak from the World Drop Pool? Yes. There are also some Chaos Chamber exclusive drops, Dilbert, and those are also in the Bunny Pool. Got a 4% damage, ability level 1 blank slate. Can't tell if that's good or not. That's extremely good, Mega Lediba. Ability damage, ability level 1 is 50% ability crit damage and crit chance, I believe. And then you have the 40% all damage. That's the second best blank slate you can possibly roll. You got the second best possible configuration of that item. So, congrats. And that's legitimately useful for your damage. Ability damage, ability crit, it's 2 things having to do with ability. All the rules of what a blank slate can do are in the Discord. In either the curse testing or resources channels. The pin's of one of those. Probably curse testing. Blank slate can roll a lot of different things. Pretty cool. Now there's one roll that seems to be entirely for collector's purposes. A Crangled blank slate. You get that? Congrats, you found the trophy item. It does nothing, but it's cool. What's blank slate used for? It's an armor that rolls various things in place of class power and skill rolls. Pigwort? Elite Pigwort? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Pigwort, please. I'm sorry. this. I guess I gluttony. Throw everything! Get back here. Alright, that's why we keep a gluttony. Oof. Dreadwind Blast Chill with +2 ability level blank slate. That alone is 4 times final damage on the Blast Chill. Yeah. Very strong. Fortifying Sigil. Love those. Got one or two if it's scrap them. Oops. It really depends on what you get on it. Fortifying Sigil is a well-designed version of Buffmeister. I'd say they're so different that, like, there's no comparison. Second class here, Berserker? Yes. This is a Spell Shot Berserker build. I love that snap, it's so satisfying. Oh, I can't get over it. They really did a great job with animations in this game. Like, spellcast animations. They feel so good to do. Skeep emote 1. I do actually have plans to add that. Just it's been busy. As we settle more into the routine, yeah, Skeep emote will be a thing. Ghostblade, what about it? Oh, the animation? Oh yeah, I see what you mean on that. Yeah, the animation for moving Ghostblade, little touches like that definitely elevate the experience. It just explodes. It's so cool. 123k on that? Nice. Works for Graveborn second, Graveborn second class pairing. I'm thinking Spell Shot. I was wondering if there are any other interesting combos. All of them really, Bailson. If you're looking to maximize damage from spell casting, for example, then yeah, the combination would probably be Graveborn Spell Shot. But you can do lots of other things. For example, I really enjoyed my Graveborn Berserker gun build and my Graveborn Stabbomancer gun build. Those are a lot of fun. A lot of people like Graveborn Spore Warden for companion stuff. Done cast 20 stuff with my Spore 1 Berserker, but also leveled a core Berserker that I've tried to find something fun to do with. Melee wasn't my thing. This looks fun. Can you please show the skill tree and get a chance? Absolutely, Mr. Mevo. Can you remind me when we're in the loot room, and I will go over everything about the spec for you?
There's a 2 in the air.
Amp for spells when? Ugh, that just sounds scary. Now, I suppose indirectly, in a way, there's one weapon you can do that with. Queen's Cry, the meteors, are spell damage. So, like, you amp that, you shoot it, you're very indirectly amping the spell, I suppose. Thanks to the Rex, you're very welcome.
You were short work.
Want to amp Glacial Cascade? I don't blame you. Another stream you mentioned Capstone to Stabbo sometimes bugged, and by that extremely strong, can you explain why? I mentioned that? I have terrible memory. So it's not that it's buggy, it's just that very specific interactions, you can do stuff with it. For example, you can cause Stabbo Capstone to trigger with live wire chains, which happen from meleeing. So you melee to cause gun damage that causes melee, and then that Stabbo Capstone triggering can apply other Stabbo skills you have, and it leads to a loop where you can get a lot of crazy damage stuff going. So it requires very specific interactions to make Stabbo Capstone do a lot. There's also a thing you can do with the Universal Soldier amulet, which I don't have one on me, but it's the one that has a chance to refill your magazine when you deal melee damage. You can use Stabbo Capstone to refill your magazine to apply more stickies without reloading. And you can do a loop of that to get a huge sticky multiplier. So Stabbo Capstone is one of those things that it tends to be either a footnote on your build, or it's absolutely the most busted thing enabling a bunch of mechanics. I find that there's not a lot of in-between with that particular capstone, so for a lot of builds that I like to do, it doesn't have value, but it still is useful. There's a rune if you want to do it. I wasn't paying attention. Currently playing Spellshot Stabbo on a playthrough, and while it's probably not optimal, it's damn fun for slinging critical spells left and right. Optimal is going to depend on what you're using in the situation, Jester. I wouldn't write it off, it's not optimal. That's very interesting, thank you. You're very welcome, Matt Psycho. Hey, Tess, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Give me one moment. I'm attempting to remember how to be good at video games. It's not going well. Let me just get Zomboss out of here so we can chat. But welcome in, Raiders. If you guys don't know me, I'm Quag. I do Borderlands, Wonderlands build stuff. I'm currently wearing out my reload button on my spell shot because I'm just a horrible human being to my keyboard. And you can hear it just kind of doing the thing. There we go. Zomboss dead. Had to speed that up a bit. Thank you so much. Welcome, Raiders. Tess, I appreciate you bringing your community over here. But first of all, anyone who's here before the raid, or anyone who for whatever reason isn't following Tess, please change that. Wonderful human being, fantastic creator. Every time I've worked with Tess, it's been a great experience, and also just she's great. She's great. You might have seen her some of her hosting work with the Wondercast and the Bordercast and things like that. Awesome, Rockstar. I have to run, so I'm not late to appointment. Have a wonderful stream. Enjoy all. This is a great place. Thank you so much, Tess. I appreciate the raid, and go to your appointment. Thank you. But yeah, if you guys don't know me, I made some rather silly builds in Borderlands 3, and sort of built my channel off that. And we're here playing Wonderlands. I'm just farming for some gear with various builds. I spent a big chunk of today's stream playing my melee build, and I forced myself to put down the greatsword, and we're doing spell shot stuff. Found a spell that's very entertaining. It's one of those snap the fingers, make an ice spike. But I promised I would go over the spec, so let's do that. Skill tree wise, this is a spell shot berserker. We go all the way down to capstone, although with this particular spell, I don't think we really need to. But we max reload speed. We have a few extra points from our armor. We go magic bullets, use our spell damage to increase our guns. We've got Font of Mana to increase the cooldown of our polymorph, which we're using at the moment. Just 1 point just warming up. We need to get down the tree, and it's pretty good value for 1 point. We go Glass Cannon for the spell damage and also to keep our Cursed Wit ward broken for a little extra reload speed and damage reduction even. Imbued Weapon just plays into the guns and spells style of the class. Very cool skill. Got High Thread Count. Now, I happen to get an extra point from Butt Stallion, so I have 1 from Butt Stallion, 1 from my armor, and 1 from my skill tree. 3 out of 1 High Thread Count is crazy, because plus 9 spell weaving stacks is a lot of extra spell damage, and with just warming up, it's more fire rate. With 1 slot, 1 kill, it's more gun damage. This is one of the strongest 1-point skills in the game. Definitely look out for this on your in your skill tree and on your armors. We do have a spreadsheet of which class combinations can roll which skills on armor. It's in the resources channel in the Discord. Double Knot, again, plays into a combination of guns and spells, same way Imbued Weapon does. And Sever the Thread, if you have a gun with a high projectile count, which we have several of, you will be very consistent in resetting the cooldowns of all your spells every 5 seconds. And over the Berserker tree, we just took damage. The Berserker skill tree is my favorite in this entire game because it offers so much to so many playstyles. You've got damage here for the Frost. Remember, every Berserker deals Frost damage at some point, so this is always a good pick. You've got a little bit of healing if you want it. I opted not to go that route in this build, but you've got melee damage for melee builds. You got damage here, you got damage here, you've got reload speed and swap speed for comfort on gun builds. You've got movement speed and frost efficiency. Freezing things is super powerful in this game, by the way. Unarmored Defense is one of the best 1-point skills they've ever made. Borderlands, Wonderlands, doesn't matter. This skill is amazing because what it does is it reserves half of your ward and then gives that back to you in an increased value to your health bar. And you might think, but this means I'm squishier, I have less shields. No, you have more health, and health tanking is always more reliable because it has health gate and healing effects. There's fewer ways to restore your ward than your health. So that's good on its own. But what Unarmored Defense also does is it makes your new while full point the reservation point. So you don't lose effects like Amp. You can still be at that halfway mark that it stops. And Amp effects still work, Brimming parts, Vagabond parts. So not only do you get better uptime on your while full effects, because there's less to regen to get to that point, you get better uptime on your while empty effects because there's less to damage to break it. So, Unarmored Defense, this is seriously one of the best skills in the game. Really good, and it makes you so much tankier the more ward boosts you add in because of the math that it does to convert it to your health. You get really, really beefy with this skill. And then Blood Frenzy is healing on kill, also extends the duration of our Enrage, helps us keep full uptime on this bonus element. And then we have Relentless Rage for a lot of comfort when we're in Save Your Soul, helps us get up. For hero stats, we just max crit damage. I currently have spell cooldown maxed. I don't really need to do that. I should probably change that over to crit chance or skill cooldown. So we'll respec after this loot room, I think. I was experimenting with different things, so my spec isn't quite where it should be. And inventory-wise, we are using the things we used in that particular run. Body Rocker. So there's a lot of scrambling for finding reliable weapons, good weapons. I know some people have been worried about, hey, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of options, but there's always something you've missed. And Torg Sticky Shotguns, much like they terrorized early Borderlands 3, they're extremely powerful in Wonderlands. Just Torg Sticky pistols, assault rifles, and shotguns are all really, really good. You can get a ×18 variant with a 2 mag, and it has a 1.9 second reload speed. So we just shoot once, reload, and the stickies will keep going. And Torg Stickies have a, depending on which weapon type and which projectile count and which mag size you have, will have multipliers for the damage of all stickies you have applied. So since this one shoots 18, any value would be good, right? But for whatever reason, times 18 shotguns have a sticky multiplier of 18%. So we get 18% more damage on all the stickies for each of our 18 stickies. And if we reload fast enough, we can get more than 18 stickies on a target at once, while still spamming our reload. So it adds up a lot of damage. A lot of damage over time. And this is just a blue item. It's very, very powerful. One of the strongest guns I've found, to be honest. And we've got a Gluttony, which we've been throwing for basically anything that our Body Rocker can't handle. We just switch to a Gluttony and we're good. This halves your health when you throw it, so it's a little bit of a risk-reward thing. But I personally like that. It's a very powerful item that has drawbacks, and that gives a lot of identity for me. We're using a Twin Soul with Echo and Amp, so that when I bonk an enemy with this weapon, or I suppose stab because it's a sword, I get a bunch of buffs to my other stuff in the setup. This isn't a melee build, but this is more just a utility item I have. Gun damage, just damage. Cursed Wit, damage. Got an Amalgam just with good stats, just damage. Skeep. Skeep is really good survivability, and use it in every build, really. And then we got an Ice Spike we're messing around with. That's it. That's the build. Now these magic barrages are trying. The damage could be a lot better on that one. It's repeating cast, that's why the damage is low. Appreciate all the detail. It was much more than just seeing the skill tree. I like to go over things in detail. It's kind of what I do. Saw someone running at times 18 Body Rocker Purple Volatile, insane damage. I bet. I bet. Meanwhile, we're here hoping for just a purple or a chaotic blue. I've not upgraded my Body Rocker in quite some time. Hey, Blackie Chan, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff, and welcome. Yeah. Apologies for the super wordiness to any of the new people. I do talk a lot when it comes to builds. I'm very passionate about making builds, and it's just kind of my little thing I do. So if you enjoy doing all sorts of wacky things, testing out all sorts of mechanics in these types of games, then you're absolutely in the right place. Passionate brings people in? True. I already can't see what's on the ground. There's the alert. It was coming around eventually. Times 13s for Torgue shotguns are also pretty good. 18 is the goal, but if you get a 13, it can get the same sticky mult and kind of operate in the same way. But other counts are just not quite ideal. Like, this is a times 1. And you can see it's got a 30% sticky mult, but you're only applying 1 per shot, and it's got a low fire rate. It's just not as good. Dare you talk passionately about something you're deeply interested in. No more fun for you. Understandable. Understood. It won't happen again. It'll happen again. Hey, Mr. Mevo, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. But Skeep! Thank you so much. You guys are incredibly supportive, and I really appreciate it. I need more coffee. I live off of black coffee. I don't remember the last time I drank water, that's a problem. But why have water when you could have dried bean water? We're gonna Sky this up. Oh, I appreciate that. Do Fury or Hydra's Pixies get companion damage or gun damage? I'm so full of questions. They get gun damage, but they count as companions for the purposes of having companions out. So like Graveborn's Faithful Thrall skill, for example, they count towards that. Or at least Hydra's and Strikes do. Pixies, I don't remember. There's something off about Pixies that I cannot recall the detail right now. But yeah, they're gun damage.
Well, that's settled, isn't it? I'm looking a little worse for wear there, hero. You knew we would have mercy, hammer.
But they will trigger things that trigger off of companions. So if you say got a joint training equipped, the one that increases your crit damage when your companion crits, the Hydras and such will count towards that. Nasty Spill or Toothless, I don't want either of these. Take Nasty Spill, I guess. Shrike, what's a Shrike? The Shrike is the winged gun one. It's the little dragon looking one. Pixies are the balls. Shrikes are the little dragon things. Pixies are the reverse then, what Giraffe Cat said. They scale off companion damage but don't count as companions. So they're the reverse of Hydras and Shrikes. Pause. I just think Gearbox did a much better color contrast and saturation with Wonderlands and BO3. Played a little BO3 last night. I was amazed at how mild the colors seem in comparison. I think that fits with the fantasy vibe they're going for in this game. It's supposed to be like a world entirely based in imagination, so a little more vibrancy makes a lot of sense there, you know? But yeah, I agree. I love the color palettes in this game. It's a pretty game to look at. BO3 had some great environments, don't get me wrong, but I think just as a baseline, I prefer the style of this game's visuals, I think. Ouch. Would Ice Spike be a good proc or a Blast Gasp? I think so, yeah. It's got very high base damage, which means that a crit into a Blast Gasp would hit very, very hard. Guess we'll go break it off. Full conditionals, I have 64%, 60 or 80, 84% movement speed. Thanks, Selling. Very cool. Nice. Snap spell. I love it. I gotta keep an eye out for more of these. It's so precise. That's the best thing. You can cover a lot of ranges with it. Also picked up Move Speed Blessing. Let's go. Beautiful. Thanks, Skeep. Young person's imagination, much less confining than an adult's imagination. Very true. The nature of this being Tina's world she's imagined, and also, in a more meta sense, a different IP than Borderlands, because it is. It's a spin-off, but it's a different IP. This gives them a lot of wiggle room with creativity. They can do a lot of weird things, and they have. And I think that's great. Also, I think this bodes really well for future content, because they can experiment more than they've ever had license to experiment before. And think of some of the most well-received things they did in Borderlands. People really loved the narrative of Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep, and this is, you know, that universe again. People loved the both the narrative and the gameplay design of Flaptastic Voyage in the pre-sequel. and that was similarly like an imagination-based thing. I personally really enjoyed the writing, the dialogue in Psycho Krieg DLC in Borderlands 3. So all of these imagination space-based things have been pretty well received. So glad this series I got into for Gearbox. This is my new Diablo until Diablo 4 comes out, if it ever does. But yeah, this is a great point to get into Gearbox's games. And one thing you can always rely on them for is creativity. They will always do something that surprises you.
How's that for an action episode? Kyle's definitely coming back as one of those skeletons you don't want.
Ah, fire bad. Fire hurts. And because this bang stick, or I keep calling it bang stick, that's what it's called in Borderlands 3. It's a body rocker in this game. Because this body rocker hits 18 times, but it also has sticky mode. I can hit 36 times per trigger pull, which is extremely good for proccing Sever the Thread, the spell shot capstone. So I can use my 4 snaps and miss a bunch. Then I shoot, and I immediately get 4 back from just one shot of this gun. And by the time I use my 4 again, I can shoot an enemy, refresh it, and I have 4 more. Just a fun, infinitely sustainable loop. What kind of mini events do you think we could get in the future if Loot the Universe type stuff might be neat? That's not something I've thought about yet. That's a good question, though. Something they did early in Borderlands 3 was they temporarily moved drops around to certain enemies. They kind of did this on a more permanent basis with True Trial events later on. But, like, let's say they made a commodity of an item, something like the live wire that doesn't currently have a source. If they made it very, very easy to get, but for, like, a short period of time, that could be a cool thing. Now, I'm sure a lot of people would like to see drop sources handled differently on a more permanent basis, but it'd be a start. I don't know where it wants me to go. How far? Oh, that's far. Is there a more direct path, or do I just not do blue on this front? Yeah, I'm just gonna not do blue on this run. I don't feel like taking that long. Alright, my favorite of these Borderlands style games in terms of just gameplay? Yeah. And miss a bunch smooth. You know it's easy. You know, I gotta play it off. Oh no, that enemy died to the puddle, so I didn't get credit for the kill. Awkward.
Who wants to make that mistake again? Got a little worse for wear there, hero.
Livewire is my current favorite gun. Livewire is definitely very powerful. I like to see Chaos Chamber get the EchoCast treatment. EchoCast is so great for stream interactivity. Yeah, I definitely agree. EchoCast was wonderful, and it's something I would love to see across just the game industry. More Twitch integration would just be really nice. It's like, after playing so much Borderlands 3, I kind of feel naked without EchoCast in every other game I stream. It's just such a nice utility to be able to have viewers just inspect what kinds of things you're using without you having to stop the flow of the content. And as a viewer, when I watch content of others, I like being able to check and see what's up without disrupting the flow. It's also friendly to lurkers. Lurkers are the backbone of Twitch, for anyone who doesn't know. Most viewers in most places are lurkers. And sometimes a lurker doesn't want to break their lurk to ask a question. EchoCast lets them kinda just live their lives. So, hopefully in the future, we get some sort of EchoCast equivalent, whether it's for this game or a future title Gearbox is working on.
What's a little damage between friends, huh? Go then, you're soft. You dead.
Lurkin, I appreciate the lurk, Mr. Owl.
There's a two in the air. Gonna need more magic.
Cool. Lurkin too. Hey Echo, good to see you. Unless I have a question, I lurk, and I appreciate it. Lurkers are the backbone.
Dirty fool, I say, dirty fool.
Amazes me this is their 4th game in the same style and seems to be getting worse. What do you mean? The UI? They tried to be very stylistic with the UI this time around, and at a certain point, especially with the way the world is right now, you know, pandemic, game development, pandemic is what got me streaming in the first place. It's a combination. I think it's the perfect storm of just, like, things can go wrong. Now, I love the gameplay, and that's, of course, what I focus on. UI is a bit unfortunate, but remember, we've not had any patches to the game yet, and stability is always something they can improve over time. I'm not too worried about it. Or my second playthrough, let's go. I think the classic pistols, SMGs, OP, and slower firing launchers and snipers being underwhelming. Hope they address it. I don't know if I'd say OP, but I get what you're getting at, yeah. Zomboss 2 runs in a row is kind of lucky. I wanted to kill with the snap. Not upset either, just maybe appreciate other games used to get upset with more. Yeah, a lot of times older game releases get more love when new things do things differently, whether that's for better or worse. It's a thing. See it with a lot of series. Okay, I want this, but like not blue rarity. Spectral Talon, Channel Cast with extra charge. I want that. I want extra charge and 2 extra projectiles, specifically. I know, super specific role, but I wanted to do a thing. Zomboss should have gone for the head. True. I repost my question, and this goes for anyone with the answer. If I have bonus element that procs off a melee hit, is that bonus element considered a melee hit? It depends. It's a case-by-case basis, also. So the way damage sources work is some bonus elements have their own damage source, which means they count as delivering a certain kind of damage. Others do not have a damage source, and then they piggyback off of the source of the original instance. And sometimes it varies with the element of the item. So for example, the Buffmeister. The Buffmeister bonus element, for every element except for Cryo, inherits the damage source of what it was. So like, if your Buffmeister bonus element steals your kill on melee, you still got a melee kill. But if you use a Cryo Buffmeister, the damage source of that one is specifically spell damage. So if your bonus element of your Cryo Buffmeister gets a kill, it might interfere with on-kill effects of other things, for example. It's just an example. A Borderlands 3 equivalent would be Revolter did not have a damage source, so it counted as whatever you put it on. Whereas, let's say, What's another example? What's one that did have damage? ASE 50s on grenades and shields in that game. They did have a damage source, which is why you could do certain weird things, because they counted as a bullet, but kind of. So that's why they could crit with Flax Megavore, for example.
What shall I meet death out with next?
No, it's a case-by-case thing, is the short answer. Awesome. Let's go Torque Pistol. You want to look out for Luddites. I believe I have some. I can show you a good one right now. Yes, this. This is a Luddite. It can roll in up to ×3. You want ×3 with the damage crossbolts down here. Not the melee one, you want the damage one. Because each sticky gets the sticky multiplier, which I believe in this case is 35% for pistols at ×3. So you get a 35%, but you also get 6% per crossbolt as well. So you get massive amounts of damage for putting a lot of stickies on a target. And also, it's just got high base damage in general. This one's 745 ×3, that's high. So this is one of the highest single target DPS items in the entire game. Any reason for clearing out bandit camps in the overworld? They just respawn when I reload? XP. Always can do it for XP. It's one of the things I like to do when leveling a character to 40. Wondering for the Bad Egg Shield, Dark Magic bonus element, and melee damage. Yeah, CZ can fill you in on which ones are which in the Discord. See the build Moxie just made with that gun? I know a lot of people have been doing stuff with the Luddite. Lazy's been doing some stuff with it. Moxie's been doing some stuff with it. I've been using them on the side a little bit. I just happen to really like the neuron activation of using it. That's a volatile skeep. Frost damage spell shot. What the fuck? Chat, this roll. I need to make room for that. Who gives a fuck about frying pans? Give me that skeep. Ooh. 40% frost damage. 34% spell shot power. Look at all that mag size, too. Ooh. Ooh. With that amount of mag size there, I think I can almost get an extra shot in my Luddite. Which is big. Let's change that up. So let's see. So 6 mag on the Luddite. I just need 1 mag size boost, I think, from here to get it to a 7 mag. Now I don't have any myth rank points in mag size, or I might have like 1. If I have something with pistol mag size here, I'll keep an eye out for a pistol mag size ring. That could be really, really good. That's a find. Alright, we don't need to roll. We need to roll that anymore. Got handling, so Luddite recoil doesn't fuck as much. True. Better see saving the Discord soon? Maybe. Probably. Auto buy a lotto ticket? I should, honestly. What else do we need? There's various pistols I want. Maybe we go that route. I still want shotguns. I keep putting too many into the shotgun bunny, but I guess that's just my life now. Still using this blue shotgun by the time the DLC comes out. ×10. Yeah, see, only a 10% sticky mult on a ×10. It's rather low. Whereas the ×18 is an 18%, so more projectiles and more mileage per projectile. More shotguns, yeah, mustard. Yeah, it really do be like that. Ring time? I could go rings, actually. For my sanity, I should do that. I should do that. We'll do that on the next run. I gotta throw some stuff in the bank. Yeah, that's a huge upgrade. That is the best skeep I've ever gotten, honestly. So, like, I see a lot of, concern about launcher damage, but look at the damage on this particular launcher, just randomly found in a vending machine. 2,000 × 2, mortar shells 3,600, and you get a bunch of those per trigger pull. Like, that's very high damage. And weapons that have high base damage, if they roll elemental, they also have high status effects. Status effects have proven themselves to be powerful in this game. So I really feel like the area launchers are going to shine that people haven't tapped into too much yet is status effect builds. I think I have a couple launchers that are relevant for that in my storage, if you give me a moment to look. Let me find one. So there's a blue cake. It's not even a chaotic. It's a ×2, so the value will be lower. 1300 dot on just like a low damage blue cake. Now imagine a ×1 volatile one. That's going to be a very high value. I want to say I have a chaotic cannonballer somewhere in here that also illustrates the point pretty well. But I'm terrible at keeping track of these things. I might have put it on a mule. The point is, launchers have high dot values, so could be good. Not away for now. I'm a hoarder. Too much stuff I like. Okay. Need more mules? I do. I really do. I don't feel like spending more myth rank.
Think you can make it?
Let's do another run. Let's do one more of this, and then I think we'll switch to back to the melee build for a while. What does type organized backpack by? A type of item. So not necessarily weapon type, but just like it'll have weapons, and then it'll have amulets, then it'll have rings, etc., etc.
You won't be needing that. I'm getting the hang of this killing business.
Ow, barrel. Thanks, Skeep. I don't know what class armor to use on my Ricochet Mistdancer. The only one that sounds best is Smart Armor can have your input. So Smart Armor is just really good for gun builds in general, because you're able to just bypass the crit chance loss by aiming for crit spots. Smart Armor is always a good bet. There's also Warped Paradigm. So depending on what your multi-class combination is, you can get some good value out of Warped Paradigm by converting one of your stats to two of them at a 50% efficiency rate. So what that means is you can have one that, say, converts your 50% of your spell damage into melee and ability damage. And if you happen to be a class like Spell Shot with a lot of spell damage, that can translate to a lot of a stat you otherwise wouldn't have much access to. For example, Spell Shot and Berserker don't have increases to ability damage in Tree. Clawbringer doesn't either. In fact, I think the only one who has ability damage increases specifically to that stat in the tree is Spore Warden. So you could, for example, use a Warp Paradigm that converts ability damage into melee and spell damage, and Spore Warden would get a lot out of that towards their spells. The most common combination I see of that is people doing, as I said, converting Spell Shot spell damage into ability and melee damage. This answer is Savo Spore Warden. So you could convert Spore Warden's ability damage into melee damage if that happens to help you in any way. If you're going Spore Warden Capstone, then you're probably not going to see too much value out of that. But what you could take is converting melee damage into ability and spell damage. And then that'll convert some of the Stabomancer's melee into from one of the skills specifically into ability damage, which your ricochets, your barrage, and your, if you happen to use the Spore Fuse enchant, that one scale with. Selective Amnesia is one that I really enjoy, but it is a bit of a high-risk armor. You can do Corrupted Plate Mail if you want some dark magic for healing. And then there's, of course, Amalgam if you just want stats, which it's very good at. The Amalgam, instead of having a red text effect, it just rolls 2 more passives. Not run 2 spells anymore. I run a Polymorph at the moment, Kazmataz. Polymorph with this Ice Spike spell is very fun. Also, Polymorph lets us have a little bit more consistent Enrage uptime, and a little more enchant flexibility. We don't need to be bummed out if we happen to run, like, an action skill related, like here. Like, I'm pretty sure this Volatile Gluttony I have is bricked, so I can't change it off of this. So I can use this with Polymorph and still get something, but if I was to use that with Ambidextrous, it's not enchanted for my purposes. Helps a lot, really appreciate it, you're very welcome. My pleasure. I love talking shop about builds and theory behind builds and stuff, so seriously, I'm always happy to answer those questions. That's a rude barrel placement. You can also aim some spells and crit spots to forego the crit chance mechanic. Yeah, some. There's some that you can't. For example, Quaking Thunders. And there's some guns, even, that you cannot really take advantage of the crit spot bypass, like a White Rider. Because White Rider locked onto, for a lot of targets, ends up being center mass. Double Glacial Cascade spell shot's funny. It certainly is. You have to pick up all Moonstones before leaving? No, they auto-pick up when you use the portal. Good sniper stats here, I suppose. Sniper mag size, sniper crit damage, action skill duration. If I was going to do, like, From the Shadows Sawmill, this wouldn't be bad, except the melee damage isn't ideal. So I'll probably leave that one on the ground, but it was trying. It tried. 50% total crit lost from Smart Armor is the crit from the hero stats page. I want to say it's a flat 50 off of your total, Mr. Mustard. I've not personally tested that, and I don't remember what the results of others testing. But based on how it's worded, it would seem to be just like a post-add reduction, which makes it impactful. I use Smart Armor on my melee build because my melee build runs From the Shadows. So I just have permanent crit chance during my action skill anyway. But yeah, I've not taken a dive into mapping Smart Armor personally. It's probably going to be up to someone else. Hey Boom, how you doing? If I can't aim the Ice Spikes, there are different spells you use. There's lots of spells I like here. Twisters are really good. Very easy to aim. They hit a large number of times. They're good crowd control and give you a lot of elemental flexibility. Twisters are great. There's also Quaking Thunders, which basically cover the whole map. Now, they only hit ground-based enemies, but they're still really good. See, I have a lot of Quaking Thunders in my inventory. Really like that spell. Inflammation's fun. It's a flamethrower spell for some cool utility stuff. Glacial Cascade is a great bet as well. It's just a cone in front of you, so very easy to hit with. And Concentrated Magic Barrages. They have a little bit of homing, but they also hit really, really hard. So There's lots of good spells in this game. Honestly, just experiment. If you see something that looks like it has a good card damage value, just try it out. There's lots of different spell behaviors, and many of them are good. Use any of the Vladov snipers with, Vladov is, what's it? Stoker. I always forget too. With shotgun underbarrels, they feel like they have high base damage. I haven't seen it level 41 to make an opinion on it. Yeah, I want to say they're like 600 times 10 at 40, which is significant. Just I haven't really used them much. Area damage, gun crit chance, no, not really. Not a good one. Extra projectile on a flock of spectral talents. That could be good. Drill's Fury looks really fun to use. Yeah, I messed around with it. I have a volatile one, and it did feel fun. Takes a bit of setup time. I think you'd want to use it on a character with some swap speed, so you can, you know, be fluid about it. But I did enjoy it. It does feel good. Need to unlearn BL terms? Yeah, it's gonna be probably something I'd never successfully do, but I'm attempting. Because there's a lot of people who are getting into Wonderlands without ever having played Borderlands. Anyone in chat? I know a couple people throughout the day haven't mentioned this, but anyone in chat who's a first-timer to these kinds of games? Like, played Wonderlands but not Borderlands, or never really got as much into Borderlands as they are into Wonderlands? Because I've seen a lot of people throughout the internet who get into this in a way they've never done before. So I try to keep terminology consistent mostly for them. All my friends, there you go. Keep. I love polymorph. $153K. That was a juicy hit. We'll do yellow raid boss. Never played Borderlands, I'm enjoying Wonderlands. Hey, I'm super glad Devil's Requiem. Super glad. Polymorph best action skill changed my mind. It's not Reaper of Bones or From the Shadows, but it's in my top 3. Snap into the instant freeze. That's so satisfying. I just got that joke. I just snap freeze. It's a snap freeze. There's no way that was an accident. Good job, Gearbox.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
I think we might be a bit dumb. Maybe. We are gamers after all. What are your favorite shields? Trying to put a Blizzard Frostwild build together and not sure what. Body Rune is gonna be what I recommend for, like, if you're trying to make a build work. Body Rune just does so much. It's a large fire bonus element on all your damage, and also a large heal every time you kill. It's a very versatile shield. That's gonna be my top recommendation. If you can keep your ward broken and remain in range, Cursed Wit, which is what I'm using at the moment, is a large damage increase. It's going to be those two above all else in most builds, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Forgot who you were dealing with, did ya? Falling ice.
Totally missed that. Love it even more now. Yeah, Mac. Chaotic Pickaxe. What hilt you roll? Ancient? Eh. I have a volatile of that, but I'll take it. I'm pretty sure my volatile isn't Dark Magic Element. How do you increase spellweaving stacks other than the skill tree? You can get a point in high thread count from having certain class combinations on your armor, Exotic Gamer. Also, it is one of the skills that Butt Stallion can potentially buff for you inside of a Chaos Chamber run. But the most common way people will do their armors on a spell shot build is they'll look for one of the combinations that gives an extra point to high threat count, because that's very high value. Oh yeah, I'm gonna die. Hey, I didn't die. Curse-Wit sounds good to try because I'm running the skill keeps your ward broken. Yeah, it's very strong. 100% damage against close enemies. Too much Unga Bunga melee build, brain is shrinking at an alarming rate. True. True. This makes me so happy to see new people get into the series. Yeah, Zazzle for sure. Don't mind me, Parasite. I'm just gonna do this to you, okay? I'm just gonna hug you. You're gonna keep downing me to keep my Curse-Wit broken, and I appreciate that. It's very helpful. There we go. Raid boss. Accidentally managed to line up 2 Cyclopses perfectly and kill them with the same hammer throw. I like doing that with the laser hand, Asa. Because it pierces and you can just line up a bunch of enemies and it's super precise. Very fun. Something like Faithful Thralls would count as an all damage bonus, right? Correct. Psionic Hydra, correct. Ouch. Man, these ads are being very aggressive. Pain. Ooh, that was scary. Thanks, Keep. Ouch. Okay, that's why we got Skeep. Easy. I unlocked his raid bosses. So in some rooms of the Chaos Chamber, after you complete the encounter, you might find a glowing symbol. And this will be a different color. It'll be either yellow, green, or blue. And each one corresponds to one of these hidden bosses. Interacting with that symbol will start a little mini puzzle, which is representative of a mechanic of the associated boss. So the blue one will be a little puzzle that is exactly one of the blue raid boss's mechanics you'll need to know how to do to defeat it efficiently. And same thing with the other ones. And doing one of those... Ooh, that's a Chaotic Rosenarm. I'll take it. Doing one or more of these puzzles successfully will result in, at the end of the run, after you kill your boss, your normal boss for the Chaos Trial run, or, you know, Chaos Chamber run, you'll have a red portal next to the yellow one. The red one will lead to the hidden bosses. The yellow one will lead you to your loot room. And any bosses that you've done the puzzles for, you have to fight sequentially. So if you do all the bosses in one run, you have a boss rush of your normal boss, 3 raid bosses, and then you have the hidden 4th raid boss. Very fun. 5 boss gauntlet at the end of a run is a good time. Give me 1 second, chat. I drank too much coffee again, so like, little streamer's room. BRB. Okay, be back. Sounds interesting. I've seen those signs around. It's too stupid to understand what I did. There's a couple of them that aren't very straightforward. So it doesn't make you stupid at all. By no stretch of the imagination does it do that. Like you can shush Tina to fight the bosses faster. Neat little feature, yeah. I haven't played enough of BL1 that I've ever actually used a Nidhogg. What does the launcher actually do? There you go. Boom's got it. Shotguns, I guess. Ever think they would make a Chaos Chamber similar to Binding of Isaac, where you could spend crystals to unlock different effects? I never played Binding of Isaac, so I would not understand the intricacies of that, Gazgul. Kind of lost on me, sorry. I mean, this Rain of Arrows is trying, but I don't really love that gun, for being honest. It's okay for this one. Rings? Oh yeah, shit. I was gonna do rings, wasn't I? But shotguns, like just one more. Just one more skilly death. It's a volatile. Just like one more set. Just like one more. No? But what if yes? Okay, we'll do rings. We'll do rings. Where even are rings? Companion damage, companion crit. Meh. Pistol mag size, but the rest of it isn't good. Looking for gun damage with... Oh, okay, that's gun damage with pistol mag size. Looking for that exact thing that was in front of us. Cool. Well. Let's see, does that get us the 7 mag? That does get us the 7 mag. Okay, so the advantage of that is now we get 3 shots before we reload this. And that's gonna be pretty crazy. Build we on today? We're messing around with my spell shot today, Avari. A lot of reload speed, using some sticky guns, using some fun spells and polymorph. It's just, it's kind of my screw around, have fun on spell shot build. It's primarily a gun build, but snapping fingers to kill things with spells has been very fun too. I guess we go back to shotguns now. Anything people need be farm my ass off later? You're a real one, Mr. Adblock. Times 18 2 mag purple body rockers. Because they hate me. One day, chat. One day. Now that day isn't today, but one day. One day. Shotgun school, I'm still looking for a volatile rain. I believe I have a volatile rain. In one of my mules. I think it's bricked though. I'd have to check, but I'm pretty sure I bricked it. I want to say it's a times 7. Don't quite remember. Oh, my bank's full and my backpack's full. How much is the SDU to go from 64 to whatever is next? Well, let's find out. Let's go to Brighthoof and we're gonna find out if I can afford the next SDU. Oh, mule time. Yeah, I need more mules. I'm a hoarder. Do my damn best to make the sword explosion work, not having the easiest time. It's just such an uphill battle. It's got a low projectile count with low fire rate and mediocre base damage. Slow travel time. It just, like, the body rocker I'm using, the blue one, is better than the sword explosion. I can have a volatile times 3 sword explosion, then this body rocker is more DPS. I would like if that changed. Let's check these vendors first, because the vendors like to know when you are going for SDUs, and then they show you the good stuff. So you spend your money before you get to the SDUs. I swear they know. I swear they know. Like, shotgun reload speed is a pretty good stat for this build. I love that enchant.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Is there a Kevin near me? Kevin. I need a Kevin near me. Kevin, let's get up here and get some Kevin going. See, we got a Kevin. It's a Kevin. He does not want to let my arm go. I guess this is my life now. Ooh, double Royd. That's nice. He didn't want to let my arm go. Okay, Brighthoof, give me my frames back. Thank you. Just make it so the sword explosion can shoot out 18 swords easy. Honestly, maybe. That might be the fix. 5.4 mil. Oh no. Well, we can buy pistol SDUs while we're here. I'll buy one. I'll keep some amount of money. This means we're gonna have to drop some stuff. Or we should sell. Oh, alright, I'll sell that Frozen Orb. It's only got 2 parts. I'm still not entirely sure whether I like this gun or not. And I don't know the projectile counts it can roll. Circuitous Gyre? I don't even know how to pronounce that second word. Sell that.
Then a left. No. No,
Oh,
right.
hey, I have a loot luck word. I should
That'll
equip
do.
that. Yeah, we're gonna equip the loot luck stuff for when we change areas. Probably gyre. As in gyroscope. Okay. Sporcer has been diversity is so incredible in BL3. Had that too, but Wonderland just blows it out of the water in that regard. I think definitely launch to launch, Wonderlands is in a good place. Now BL3 did really well in that over time. We'll have to see how that holds up, but I'm very optimistic. For certain. Now, I could roll this this enchant to something else, because I'm using polymorph. I could roll an action skill related enchant on this. All damage maybe? Ghostblade. No. No. Spellcast damage dealt. Pretty sure I have that on my melee weapon. I'll roll the melee weapon to something else. Inventory is full of spells, I have no idea what's good and don't want to sell something wrong. Hey, that's a good approach to have. Means you'll never miss out. Take that. That'll help my damage during polymorph, because one downside of running polymorph with the Berserker setup is you can no longer freeze your polymorph target, because the skeep that you create can't be frozen, meaning Cold Snap loses its value and Icebreaker loses its value. So you do lose out on some potential damage. But it's offset by all the utility that polymorph provides. I know I said that'd be like last run, but we're doing one more on this, and then we'll switch back to melee build. There's one more, he says.
Won't be needing that. Oh, you scumbag! That's for making me look at you. No. No, right. Yeah, that should do. Energy sucked! Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Game is struggling, it's been open for a while. Is that a 200k hit? Nice. Hitting 200k with spells without Blast Gasp is like really good damage. Oh, hi friend. Bye friend.
Hey, there's a surf on my
What do we got from a Dragon Lord? Watch your step? Sure. Game starts dying after a couple hours. Yeah, I'm sure they'll alleviate some of this stuff over time. Often, the issues are also related to shift servers. Shift likes to cause stutter in your game. And there are a lot of people playing this game. It's crazy. I don't think anyone expected it to be as popular as it is. And I love to see it, so as they work these things out over time, I am genuinely optimistic. I remember when Borderlands 3 first came out, I was on PS4 at the time. There were some pieces of content I couldn't do without getting a blue screen. And they fixed that in short order. Snap your fingers. Do you stab? You can do it. I'm not singing. I'm not singing. But yes, it's happening in my head, boom. It's happening. I had to take my leave. See you later. Have a good one, boom. Thanks for hanging out. Melee next round? Yes. Melee next round. Promise. Promise, promise. Pinky promise. We'll do the melee build next round. Beautiful. We got blue as well? Yeah. Oh, my polymorph's active even though... Okay. Where's it want me to go? No, that's not a bad one. Okay. So the last run, I did say that. But like for realsies this time. By the right of for realsies. What are you talking about, character? BL3 on PS4 at the beginning was actually insanely bad and really unplayable. Yeah, they fixed it relatively quickly though, and that's why I brought the example up, because this game is already way better off than that one in optimization front. I'm told load times actually aren't that bad on console for Wonderlands. It's a big win. Chaos Chamber being a non-load screen activity is also very big. You know, only go up to level 40 in this game? Yeah, 40 is the cap currently, and then you have the Chaos levels, which go up to 20. But level 40 is good, because that allows us to have, it basically provides a better framework for balance. Fewer skill points means more impactful choices, and it means more builds. So we have 44 skill points at the level cap of 40 currently. Now we don't know if level cap will change, or when, or how, but I think 40 was a great decision. Ooh, wow, bye Lance. Zama Shotgun, I'm going to be farming Body Rocker. It's this one right here. Blue one is probably the hardest one to do due to the maps being finicky. Yeah, yellow one, you just, do the thing. Green one, you just do the thing. Blue is like, do you have a map that allows you to do this? And sometimes the answer is not yes. The polymorph free spells are so good.
I never get tired of that.
That shroom really say fuck that barrel and threw it all the way over there? I'm so impressed. Beef shrooms are our friends. They know exactly what's up.
Try that again. Now they know. You knew we would end like this, you little hammer.
I actually really like how chaos levels don't give weapon levels like Mam or OP, because now I'm setting chaos 10 to farm some items they will not be useless when I reach 20. Exactly. Exactly. Your progression process is also your gearing process, and I think that's great. Because nothing feels worse than getting a really good roll of an item knowing that it's not going to be useful in the long term. Like, it's going to be gone soon. I don't like that feeling. It feels like wasted time.
The grave.
And that's not an issue in this system. Oh, I haven't tried the Luddite with this yet.
Nothing but a ski harder. Oi! Thanks
It's
for
enough
that.
damage that it stalls my game, so that's a good sign.
Somebody suffer stuff that Tritanium. Coming back from those skeletons, Toadwort. How's that for you, you go maggot?
Sir. That was rude.
Still deadlier than a blood boy.
Gonna hit him eventually.
Heroes are
Chaos levels don't affect gear quality. Right, Earthshock. You can get the same gear on Chaos 1 as you can on Chaos 19. Same gear quality. It just improves your odds of getting a chaotic roll,
spells.
which is just the same thing from 1 through forever. Now, at 20, Volatile is a tier that opens up. But that does not, like, preclude you from getting gear relevant to your level. And as Chaos caps go up, which is something they've said they're doing, more Chaos tiers are introduced. So it's never to the point where you need to refarm the same item, you know, every level if you want it to remain on level. You can have items that last you indefinitely. And that's a really good thing. Extremely like the D3 model? Exactly like the D3 model. You know, you don't have primals, you don't have ancients, rather, open up until you do GR70. But, you know, they're the same at GR70 as they are at GR120. Same thing there. Good comparison. Hey Control, how you doing? Good to see you. can also use Polymorph to knock out enemies' elemental resistances. So like that one resists fire, but I can just turn it into a normal fleshy skeep that has that fire vulnerability. Very useful. So as they increase levels, we'll see more volatile gear? Likely, because there will be further tiers after volatile, so it makes sense that it should follow that volatile rates go up with tiers above Chaos 20, as new tiers get introduced. Get DLC 1 in 15 days? Yes! Just over 2 weeks. Dragon Lord, that's fine. Got a volatile blank slate with nothing. Trolled. His body size affect knockback, engage slider override. My character is as large as possible. Now sometimes when I get knocked back, I really get knocked back. Huh. I don't know. I don't know. Why so early? Do you think it's a problem that we're getting post-launch content inside of a month? Because I like that we're getting content for our season pass in a timely manner. Now, contrary to the people who come up with an extremely bad faith argument that doesn't take into account how game design works, people saying, but they just cut it off and release it. That's not how it worked. The game went gold a while ago. Season pass content was being worked on independently of the game, so it was not yet ready. And now that the game is out, this is the projected time at which they'll be able to release it, and it'll be ready and stuff, and we just get more content. Like, it's more stuff. I don't see the downside here. I'm just surprised. Just more stuff. We know much about the DLC. They put a trailer out for the entire season pass. We don't know much about which thing we get in each DLC specifically, but we know some of the things included, and that'll be expansions on the Chaos Chamber. It'll be an additional character class, new enemy types, new bosses. We know those are all things that we're going to be getting. This is a fire Ludite on armor, by the way. That's craziness. Big ol' elemental penalty there. Damage is crazy. More stuff, please? Indeed, more stuff, good. Wow, this damage is unfair. I have a hit burned out with this. Yeah. Not too bad. This is rude. Like, I feel a little dirty doing this. Bye. Already happy you rolled for rings? Yeah, you know what? Thank you, Skilly Death, for telling me to roll for rings. I will admit defeat. Hey Braun, how you doing? Also gotta keep in mind, the form the DLC takes is different to Borderlands games. They describe more like repeatable takedowns in story DLCs, smaller individually, also cost way less than those full story DLCs. Yeah, I'm waiting for details before I make any conclusions. But shotguns though, shotguns are fun. Go over the build quick after this. Seems similar to mine, but your stuff does a ton more damage. Sure, Silo. Sure thing. Doing good? Glad to hear it. Ooh. Let's use the Cryo-Ludite against Gloop. This is gonna be unfriendly of me. Wait, we're moving the health bar that much now? Without doing the mechanic? Hmm. So, like, Torgue Stickies might be a little overpowered. Just like a little bit. Just like a little amount. What have I stumbled upon? ×3 Torgue Sticky Pistols. Now, this is one that's been gaining popularity, but I just got mine up to a 7 mag, and the damage is... let's call it interesting. Yeah, if I'd been more prepared for that, that would have been an easy one cycle. Easy. I think I need more fire rate now in the setup. I think I respec and I take some more fire rate. Cause I'm only 1 and just warming up right now. I can just move Fonta mana points over. Yeah. 60 crossbow parts even dumber? Yeah, that's what I got right here. How you doing, Wolf? It's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts. Because you got the 35% crossbolt, or sticky molt, and then you've got the, what, 6 or 7? 6 for crossbolts, so that's like crazy. You get this to a 7 mag, which I managed to do without myth rank investment. I have 1 point in mag size and myth rank. I do not like myth rank. Encapsulators are fun. Yeah, that's the AR. Yeah. Encapsulator, Ludite, and Body Rocker are go-tos. Ooh, that's a smart armor with area damage and spell crit. That's like good. I wish that war capacity was something else, but that's worth picking up. Good man, just heads up. Wait until Joel's release and guard with build if you do what they do. Easy one clip, obviously won't spoil because it's theirs. I'm well aware what stickies do. Yeah, I'm well aware the things stickies do. And interactions to use them. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the general public getting eyes on that. Also, look at the skeep I got. Look at this skeep I got today. Craziness. We positive? Stack? Yes, also we are. Volatile skeep, frost damage, spell shot power, gun mag size for this sticky stuff. Insanity. What was I gonna roll? Why'd I allow that to happen? Because Borderlands 3 stickies were being abused through things that are not as immediately available in Wonderlands. So, like, take for example, You had Flax, Leave No Trace, which at the time had no rate limit, so just literally infinite stickies with no effort at all. You had Moses' Means of Destruction and her ammo regeneration skills. So it was very, very easy to infinitely spam. Now, there are ways to do it in this game. Jolts and Garwood have been doing their own variations of that as well. But it's harder. So they probably couldn't find a way to do it in their testing. Oh, is it Some for the Road? Yeah. Some for the Road quickie spam was one of the very early... yes, the build. One of the very early go-to boss melt strats. People would keep a quickie and a Some for the Road class mod on, and any boss they couldn't fold immediately, they just did that. Hey Envoy, how's it going? It's going great. I got some good drops today. Hey, that's a chaotic ×2 liquid cooling. I guess I'll take that. It'd be weird if I didn't. So, like I said, we've got some good drops today. Flack did nothing wrong. The crazy thing is, Leave No Trace getting the rate limit there didn't stop it from being a top tier skill. And that was just fair. Wings, crossbolts. I kind of want that, but I don't have inventory space. I need more mules already. I need more mules. What do I drop here? In BL3, they nerfed the percent stickies. Do I feel they didn't apply that here? They definitely didn't, because times 18 bank 6 are not 18% per sticky in BL3 right now. They are not. They're like 6. They're like 6 or 9 or something. They are not 18. Like the first week of BL3, they nerfed pistol stickies and shotgun stickies. Wonderlands, they're pre-nerf BL3 values. And it's a thing. It is a thing. I'm looking for Skulldugger pistols with 40 melee. Because I've been told that's a thing. I still haven't seen it myself. I've seen 25, I've seen 15, I think I've seen 30. I don't think I've seen 40. That's the main reason I'm rolling pistols right now. Still no Volatile Banshee though. That's true. But we got other stuff. Got the Volatile Skeep. Give Volatile Banshee. No, I said Banshee. I said Banshee. Use no Dark Magic to heal, just to Skeep and Talents and Berserker Tree. I have 1 point in Blood Frenzy, so like I basically don't have healing. It's just Skeep. I just kill things, Silo. That's how I'm doing. No Banshee. How you doing, Jack? Yeah, I got Luddite, Body Rocker, Gluttony. I didn't use it today, but the Carouser is really good as well. Twin Soul with Echo and Amp. Feels very good. Got some gun damage rings. Got mag size on this one for the Luddite. Got a God Roll Skeep. That's really good. Volatile Ice Spike has been fun. An Amalgam with high threat count and a bunch of good damage skills. And then we got a Cursed Wit. Spec-wise, this is gonna change shortly. But I promise I play melee build. So let's get back to the melee build and do that. Hey Carter, how you doing? Don't forget to resoak your fire rate. Yeah, I'll do that after. I gotta get on the melee build. But yeah, Silo, you can basically treat every character in this game like Flack in BL3, where you can just use damage instead of survivability. And I like that. That is fun. Now, of course, you have some crazy healing options, like Graveborn is extremely hard to kill. It is very hard to get through all of the layers of protection you can have on a Graveborn. Because you can have Reaper of Bones, which, if it ends, okay, you just get 3 seconds of iframes. You can have Dread Covenant, which, if you would die, your Lich is like, no, me instead. You can have Skeep. You have Sanguine Sacrament, which is 30% healing over 2 seconds every time you cast a spell, which is insane. You have all of those, and then you have the Dark Magic healing, which might not be big in chunks, but it adds up a lot over time. And yeah, that's before adding in things from other multi-classes. You get Blood Frenzy from Berserker, you could get the cheat death mechanic from Clawbringer. It's very hard to kill a Graveborn. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Okay, let's try instead of that in that slot. Let's try that. Let's toggle Chaos for our loot luck. Do some melee stuff. Dread Covenant also gives a lot longer duration to Reaper Bones. It can, in some situations, Cranberry Squirt. That depends on your Lich catching it. It depends on... Sometimes your Lich isn't fast enough in triggering the effect, and he'll only do it after Reaper ends. But if you have max investment in Faithful Thralls, or, you know, even more than a max, if you end up at like 6 out of 3, then the respawn time on the Lich is so fast that it's just not a problem. Ooh, a Chaotic Vorkanar's Cog. That's worth a buy. This always rolls these stats. It's always fire damage, Clawbringer power, all damage dealt. So getting a Chaotic or a Volatile of this is just like... good. That's so much damage. Definitely buying that. I was working on some Clawbringer stuff last night. That's definitely going in it. Is it you to level alts in this? Oh, you have to do the campaign again? Yeah, you do have to do the campaign again, Wither Knight. As with every Borderlands title, you unlock certain things by doing the story, whether that's activities to do, whether that's locations, whether that's item slots, whether that's class features. That's something you gotta do. But in terms of story length, it is shorter than Borderlands 3. And it's pretty open-ended in like what activities you have to do to complete it. But it's a fun playthrough. This is coming from someone who doesn't like playthroughs of these kinds of games. I absolutely enjoy playing through Wonderlands, and it's a good time. One of these days we're gonna get to another playthrough stream. I just there's too many builds I like messing with. So. I'd rather make 6 characters in this game than 2 in BL2. True. Couple of Clawbringer armors on my save file. I saw Mr. Adblock, thank you. So this is the melee setup I've been messing around with. Banshee with Blast Chill can hit real hard, and we're using Smart Armor with From the Shadows to crit a lot. We also have a Livewire because it just makes sense to hold that for melee, but we are not doing the status effect stuff with Livewire that is very popular at the moment. It's just there because it's there. Bad Karma, how you doing? Make Ghostblade work with more melee stuff? I've seen some good Ghostblade melts. I want to say, might have been Abby doing it. I can't remember who I saw in that, but Viper's been using Ghostblade a lot. Their New Game Plus? Not yet, but honestly, I'd be surprised if they didn't add one. Like, it seems like one of those things that they add in post-launch updates, you know? And this game's on track to get the level of post-launch support BL3 did, which was pretty much 2 years of frequent updates. So, I'm hopeful on that front. Really love BL2's story, the most important builds, legendary grinds. Endgame didn't really like BL3 the way I like Tiny Tina's. I'm torn. I'm not sure what you mean, Freddy Massacre. So, here's the thing with Endgame of those 3 games together. This game has the most endgame content out of the 3 at launch. with BL2 having the least. In terms of a narrative experience, I've seen people who did not care for BL3s really believe that this one is a return to form. And I enjoyed the story playthrough a lot myself. And in terms of builds, well, Borderlands 3 has the most build variety of any game that they've created. There's just the most different things you can do. However, Wonderlands at launch has more than Borderlands 3 did at launch. Obviously, if you compare this game's launch to BL3 after 2.5 years, BL3 is going to have an advantage. But if you compare launch to launch, this game has more. So if you're into crafting builds, if you're into playing the story, I've heard nothing but good things about both of those aspects of this game, among fans of various previous Gearbox games. So I would urge, look at this game on its own, and not through the lens of a 10-year-old game. If you are determined to find faults with this game compared to something you have 10 years of nostalgic attachment to, you're gonna be disappointed because that's what you're trying to do. I personally think this is a better game. I think this is on track to be Gearbox's best game ever. But you gotta look at it on its own. Hey Sean, how am I? I'm doing great. Like, why does Alchemical Agent work but follow-up is not? So silly. On Ghostblade, so, follow-up is a separate melee attribute, Karma. It's different. There's, like, so far we found 3 different types of melee damage, scalars, or values, attributes I should say, it's just simple to keep it that way. And they all, like, multiply each other and kind of apply in weird different ways. Like, you know how there's gun damage and bullet damage, but they'll both read as weapon damage in the game? It's like that kind of thing. So follow-up only goes on, it's a special attribute that only goes on your swing. Thanks for your insight. What I like about Borderlands 2 is going around killing bosses, farm for like God of War weapons and stuff to kill like Hyperius and Vermi. Any of that in here? So yeah, there's this game launched with 4 raid bosses. 4. None of their previous games have done that. And those bosses are hidden inside the Chaos Chamber. You gotta do little puzzles to unlock them. But you can also do the traditional approach of standard bosses in the world that you find through story missions or side missions. You can go take those out. Dedicated farming is still a thing, as it has been in every one of their games. So yeah, it's still here. All the things you know and love are here, with just new things alongside them. What I'm currently doing is the Chaos Chamber, which takes a lot of inspiration from roguelike design elements from other games. That's a warp paradigm. Alright, hang on. I need to look at this. Chaotic paradigm. Area damage. Melee and ability increased by spell damage. It's trying. It's really trying. How does chaotic ranking work? I just got second fastest apparently, but who's that out of? So it'll be out of people who had that seed, that configuration of rooms and bosses. It's measuring you against them. Done, I'm sold. Thanks a lot for your reply. Give a follow and thanks again. Hey, happy to help out, Freddy. Happy to help out. And, it's been nice to meet you. Welcome to the Wonderlands, as they say. A lot of great bosses in this, even the ones you fight at the beginning of the game are greatly designed. Yeah, something I really like about boss design in this game is the bosses, they kind of teach you things. Like a Banshee, for example, teaches you a set of mechanics you need for bosses after Banshee in the story. And that's a nice little touch. Oh. Unfortunately, gotta head to work tonight, 24 hours tomorrow night. I'll grab on Steam and play. So, something to keep in mind. The game is not available on Steam. Currently, on PC, it is an Epic Games Store exclusive. They've not announced when a Steam release will be. But if you do happen to decide to purchase it through the Epic Game Store, that's my affiliate link. It will support me, but additionally, if you go for the Chaotic Great Edition, that's the version with the Season Pass. There's a trailer out for Season Pass, so if you want to like see what's in there before you buy, you can look at that. If you go for the Chaotic Great Edition through that link, you also get some bonus cosmetics, which you can't get through any source other than the affiliate link. But yeah, no Steam version is available at this time, and they've not given an ETA. Come on, game, you can do this. Is Big Pack worth it? I think so. So far, the things they've said are in the Season Pass sound absolutely worthwhile. Up to and including a 7th character class in the Season Pass. We know we're getting more enemies, more endgame bosses, new areas, and another character class, all in the Season Pass. And we're getting the first Season Pass content drop in a little over 2 weeks. 2 weeks from tomorrow, in fact. And historically, Season Pass content for these kinds of games has always been worth it. Borderlands 2 had a very, very stacked Season Pass. Borderlands 3 had 2 Season Passes with good content. TPS, well, we don't talk about that one, but... Love TPS, but its season design wasn't it. Check it out if I grab the Season Pass bundle user code. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. Figured I'd bring it up. It does get you some extra stuff if you happen to go that route. But honestly, if you're hesitant, there's nothing wrong with just getting the standard version and keeping an eye out and seeing what happens with the Season Pass stuff. Nothing wrong with being a cautious buyer. But me, personally, I'm all in. I'm excited for season stuff. Excuse me, can I not have these Cyclops harassing me, please? I'm just trying to melee. Just trying to live my life. There we go. ×3 Skulldugger. What cat? What's up? It's a cat. Being attacked by a cat. Didn't that team TPS? Yeah, the studio that developed TPS, they went under. So yeah, it kind of curtailed the game's content cycle. But no chance of that happening this time, so nothing to worry about. Hey Sora, welcome back. You do a full mage build, you have to use a gun. You can absolutely do a full spellcasting build if you'd like to. It can be a little difficult to get a spell that'll do that kind of damage without having a bit of downtime where you're waiting, but you absolutely can. Now the game does encourage you to weave kind of play styles together. Like, there's melee builds where you want to shoot a little bit, there's gun builds where you want to cast spells occasionally, etc. They encourage a mix, but you can do pure of one play style if you so choose. Like Epic Game Store doesn't allow upgrading of your buy, like Steam often does. I actually don't know how that launcher handles that that feature. That's a good question. Yeah, I never thought about that. It does allow you to purchase the Season Pass separately, though, so you at least have that. It might end up working out to be, if you happen to buy the regular and then want the Season Pass later, I believe that works out to be like $10 more. US dollars. I think, if I'm remembering the price points correctly. Like this, what's your stream schedule? I start 9:30 a.m. Eastern, 9:30-ish. I've been starting a little bit early most days. Today I started exactly on time, but 9:30 a.m. Eastern, and I usually go until 2. So I'm a little over right now, but yeah, 6 days a week, every day except Sunday. Although with Wonderlands out, there's always the chance of wildcard Sunday streams. I think it's 20. The game is $10 less on Epic than other storefronts. So I think adjusting for that, it's 10. Because it would be 20, but the Epic version's cheaper. Again, if I'm remembering correctly. Waiting for the post-pre-sequel sequel. Why are you like this? There's the damage. That's satisfying.
Magic time!
It's over here. You know, that shield's trying so hard, but it's just too scattered in what it does. Fire rate while empty, amp, reflect, just identity crisis. Alright, brother, headed in. Thanks for all the tips. Follow and check you out. YouTube, be good, everyone. Take it easy, Freddy. Thanks for stopping in. Good to meet you. We got LeChance. Easy loot, chat. LaFriend making sure we eat today. Until he decides to remind me that he's a boss. In fairness, I did stand in the giant orange circle of death. That's my bad. Hydra. Go do the Hydra thing. There we go. You also melee the boss, like I just did, yeah. Now, there's two bosses that I do kind of change around my spec for. Drill and Banshee. I do not melee those bosses, because, fuck that. But everyone else I melee. Snake Stick with Echo. I'll take that. That's useful. Kind of not paying attention. Got a top 5 with melee. That feels good. 14 minutes, top 5. Deathless, Blazing Volley, Kinetic Friction. Meh. Alright, what do I need for this build? I want better joint training. I did get a couple extra body runes throughout some runs that I want to roll to different things, but I always need more body runes, so maybe we roll shield. But then I also want volatile banshees, so I guess we're just throwing more at melee. Volatile banshee's never gonna happen, chat. I'm in denial. You know, one day, maybe. Opium. Right element. Good damage, even. Good help mod, just, not volatile. But what kind of bad parts do I have on my current one? For this non-chaotic to be higher damage. What went horribly wrong on the parts on this one? That's funny. That's just funny. Well, I guess it's an upgrade. Yeah, we need to do Banshee. And peg leg, not bad. No version better than chaotic. Parts, they matter. A volatile Morningstar. That's a one-hander with. No, that is that a one-hander? Yeah, that is a one-hander. It's a bonk one-hander with almost as high damage as my Banshee. Yeah, I need Banshee upgrades. Still, even the scuffed one is good. Certainly wasn't 20% better. So the way it works out is chaotic is +2 character levels worth of stats. It's exactly +2 character levels worth. So the swing in stats from the parts on the one I have versus the one I just picked up was so large that it was like I was losing more damage by having to, I could have had the chaotic one that just dropped at level 38 and it would have still been an upgrade over the one I'm using. So that's just awkward and unfortunate, but that's how loot be sometimes. Which means I gotta keep farming. What's the fastest melee attack speed you've seen on a melee weapon? I want to say 1.79, Asa. I want to say 1.79. Might have been yeah, 1.79. It was this one. I remember. It might get faster, but that's the fastest I've seen. 1.79. Which is a Swift with 15% attack speed on the card. Yeah, Swift with 15% attack speed on the card. Sounds about right. They have a twin soul similar attack speed? Yeah. Just wondering for my Ghostblade Universal Soldier shenanigans. Right. Probably looking at that, then that would make the most sense. Anyway, yeah, I went a little over. I'm tired. I'm trying to get back to normal stream schedule for my health instead of the 7-hour streams. So I'm gonna call it here. But thank you so much, everyone. Once again, anyone who stuck around from Tessa's Raid or from various places, thank you so much. It's good to meet all of you, all the new people. I'm live 6 days a week, so I'll be live tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Do 5-hour streams, make YouTube videos. I don't like editing, dude. That's the big thing. There's a stream archive channel, a VOD channel, so if you ever want to catch up on stuff that you missed stream-wise, it's there. We got a Discord, lots of community resources for figuring out the intricacies of the game, build crafting. We have a community saves channel if you ever want to grab a save with a coveted item. And follow me on Twitter. Twitter helps me grow, by the way. All that good stuff. Let's find somewhere for us to raid. But once again, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. All the love and support. Things are good right now. Quag content. Thanks again for the inspiration for the Berserker and Spell Shot build. Be here more often. Hey, looking forward to it. Let's see who's doing the thing. Mitsu's playing some Back for Blood. Mitsu's not on often. Dame's playing some Elden Ring. Lazy and K6 are still on Wonderlands. I'm not rating XQC, Jack. Live in your walls? Why would I send that? You know, let's do the brain off option. Let's go say hi to Lazy. Cause as I usually say, I'm gonna be over there anyway. But thanks again, everyone. Raid message will be Go ahead and put that. Quagshy, Ludite, Quagshy. Lazy will get it immediately. But it's also funny because the punch, Shy, Lud, it's just copy the thing. Copy the thing. We're gonna rate. Once again, thank you everyone. I know I said a lot, but accurately expressing my gratitude towards my community means a lot because I would not be where I am without you guys. I put in a lot of hard work, but you guys are incredibly supportive, and it means the world. Anyway, I'll catch you guys next time. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye.
Ever seen such a skill?